The UPSC CSE arena is an ever-evolving space where staying up to date becomes as crucial as maintaining a thorough preparation. With strategic planning and holistic coverage for exam syllabus, Vision IS Delhi presents GS Foundation course. Avail analysis and integration of current affairs with GS syllabus. All India test series with an innovative assessment system, inculcating post-test analysis, discussion, all India ranking, and more. Explore the holistic learning modules intrinsically designed for the ideal aspirant.
Now, is it fine? Okay. So, I'm sure you must have had a long day, must have been pretty tired, but, and some of you might have already appeared at the mains, some of you would be planning appearing next year, and afternoon, of course, are difficult sessions because the drowsiness and other things take over oneself. But life goes on in the afternoon also, so therefore we will take up a review analysis of the GS4 paper. Now, you already know everything about GS4 paper. I'm sure I will not be telling you something which is new, but GS4 paper is one of the very scoring papers. And just to recapitulate, GS4 paper comprises of two parts, theory part and the case studies part. Both are equally important, both carry equal number of marks, both need to be devoted equal amount of time, 90 minutes each. There are 6 questions generally in the part A and 6 questions in the part B, and therefore 15 minutes on the average you should devote to each question. And in every question there are generally 2 parts or 3 parts, so accordingly you have to adjust your timings. One thing which I always like to say, and that last 2-3 pages of your answer sheet you should try to devote towards rough work, because otherwise straight away writing down the answer sometimes may unnecessarily land you in problem. You may have to cross out certain things, cuttings will be there, and you will not be in a position to assess the number of words. So on account of all these factors, it is always better to, first of all, if 15 minutes, for example, case study, 15 minutes, devote about 6-7 minutes rough work. Remaining 6, once you are finalized the draft, then it will not take any time in fairing it out. Do you agree with that or not? I know the tension and the pressure at the time of examination is pretty high, but then that is how it is. And I would really suggest that you follow this methodology, because otherwise you will be sometime writing down the answers in a hurry, and then you suddenly realize, oh, this part of the answer should have come first, stakeholder should have come first, and so on. So therefore it is always better to follow a certain pattern in the rough and then follow it in the fair. I shall be taking up the 2024 mains paper, the whole case studies part, and part of the some questions from the part A. Okay, I'm sure another faculty would have already taken some of the questions in part A. You have already done that? Okay. So the first section A, question 1A, is the application of AI as a dependable source of input for administrative rational decision making is debatable. Debatable means it has its pros and cons. Some people are in favor, some people are against. Okay, so you have to write pros and cons. Those things in favor, those things in against. Critically examine means examine it, merits and demerits, pros, cons. From the ethical point of view, they want that from ethical point of view, write down the pros and the cons, the positives and the negatives, the merits and the demerits, the constraints and the positives. This is so critical examination exactly means that you must understand both sides of the picture. Every issue has got two sides. You have to write both the sides. So that is critical examination. Read the question. Now I'm not going to go deep into the answers because you already are very intelligent people. I'm only going to talk about the methodology. Remaining, in any case, it will be available to you. You can go through the answers, but I will just give you an idea as to how to write the answers. I will also give you some kind of a strategy, because in ethics paper, generally there are three types of questions which come. One, of course, is case study. Second is value-based questions, in which they ask you something about a value. It can be integrity, it can be accountability. And third is, which is the third part? Third type of questions? Quotes. So there are quotes which are there. So Vivekanand and Socrates and Sardar Patel. So generally there are three types of questions: quote-based, value-based and case studies based. So I'm going to talk about the strategy for all the three. It is more of macro picture which I will give you. I will not go into the nuts and bolts. In any case, I will pass it on to you. I'm sure you will do that, sir. I will pass on the entire thing that can be passed on to them. The nitty-gritty and the nuts and bolts, I will be talking about this. So this is the question. Answer in 150 words, 10 marks. Okay. What is the trend? The trend in the previous years, because you take it, and no examiner, be it the UPSC, can be innovative or creative. They always look at the previous questions, try to fine tune it, slightly changes here and there, and they give questions similar to what you have already got. So there is a trend. Artificial intelligence is the word which has assumed great importance nowadays. So artificial intelligence questions have been coming in the past. So let me just underline some of the things. Okay. So artificial intelligence. Now the question says, on one hand, it is a dependable source of input. You can depend on the artificial intelligence. And for administrative rational decision making, whenever you have to take a decision, if you use artificial intelligence, it is a dependable. Okay. But it is a debatable issue. Some people do not agree with that. Some people feel artificial intelligence has got its own setbacks, constraints. It can sometimes gives very wrong results. Okay. So that is the thing. You have to write what are the positive is this. This is positive. But here they are saying it's debatable. So critically examine the statement from ethical point of view. So let's see the trend. The trend in the UPSC paper over the years demonstrate a growing focus on artificial intelligence. So artificial intelligence is assuming more and more importance. So therefore the likelihood is that some question or the other will come. So let's see the question. So here basically it is technology. Artificial intelligence is technology in governance. So in governance, you will become the civil servants. You will be part of governance. You will be using technology. Artificial intelligence is a technology. So more and more stress is being given to technology in governance and administration. Administration means you will become the collector, you will be administering, you will be part of the governance, state government, central government, local government. So more and more technology is being used for governance and administration. So question number 1, which appeared in 2017, with the advent of AI, a fear is developing that humans will lose their decision-making authority. So with the advent of AI, everything will become dependent on the intelligence. So human beings, the basic cognitive ability of the human, that will be lost. Okay. So will AI replace human intelligence? Analyze with relevant examples. This came in 2018. The second came, examine the ethical concerns in the use of technology in administration. Give example. Again, question related to technology, artificial intelligence. So in 17 it came, in 18 it came, and in 15 and 14 also 2 questions came. This is just to demonstrate that artificial intelligence is a buzzword. It is a sunrise area where the examiners are tempted to ask questions. Okay, so prepare on artificial intelligence. Therefore, the importance of artificial intelligence. So this is the question. Let's see the answer. Okay, so first of all, the approach. I'm going to more talk about the approach rather than the nitty-gritty. Otherwise, it will become a very longish session. But nevertheless, I will give you the way, show you the way how to write the answers, and will also show you some of the answers. But one more thing which I am telling you, the answers which I am giving here may not subscribe to the total number of words which is being asked. It may be longer than that. You have to select information out of that. If the limit is 150 words, sometimes the solution which are given here may be 350 words. But that is only as a background material. You can cull out information from that, but condense it to 150 words. That is what you have to do. Approach is introduced by writing briefly about artificial intelligence. Whenever a question comes, first of all, you have to define that. So it is writing briefly about artificial intelligence in administration. How artificial intelligence can be used in administration. Okay. Then arguments for AI as a dependable source, which is positive. How AI can be used as a dependable source. So if you have seen the question, the first part was the positive, what is artificial intelligence, use of artificial intelligence in governance and administration. Then how it can be a dependable source and for rational decision making and for administration. And then concerns. Concern means the negatives. Concern means negative aspects. So you have to write the pros and the cons and conclude. So a conclusion, 1 or 2 lines. You see, in ethics paper, introduction and conclusion, in all questions, it is always advisable to write that. The introduction and the conclusion, normally, we write in full sentences, whereas all other things we can write in bullet points also. The advantage of bullet points is that the number of words consumed is less and the time is also less time is taken. So the introduction and conclusion, please do write in full sentences. 2 or 3 sentences should suffice, not more than that. And the remaining part you can write in bullet points. Okay, so now this is the approach. Have you understood the approach? Please stop me anytime. The purpose here is to dissect this paper. If you have any questions, please do not, I will not proceed further. You can stop me at that point of time itself. Yes. Cognitive means related to mind, so mental, thinking power of the human beings. So once artificial intelligence comes, then the cognitive ability of humans is replaced by machines. That is artificial intelligence. So every human being has got a cognitive ability, analyze, rationalize within the mind, use of mind, that is cognitive. That cognitive ability, use of that is being more and more taken over by machines, by the artificial intelligence. So the less use of cognitive abilities being, for example, we are using ChatGPT. So earlier we used to write the answers ourselves, which is based on the cognitive ability. But now that is being, we just type it out on ChatGPT or Gemini and the answer immediately comes. So the thinking part is now being done by an artificial intelligence. Okay? Yes. So when you will become the administrator, you will also be a user. You will be taking decisions. So the decisions, if artificial intelligence is being used, the concern is that it will reduce the cognitive ability. People will become more and more dependent on the artificial intelligence rather than using their brains. That is the concern. Okay? Let's see the answer. So if you remember in the approach I had written that first of all you have to write about artificial intelligence and its use in administration. So about artificial intelligence is rapidly evolving and impacting various sectors, including government operations and public service delivery. What is public service delivery? What is public service delivery? Yes, why not? Public service delivery can be, for example, water, electricity, roads, food, grains distribution, driving license, everything is a public service delivery. So more and more public service delivery is being meted out instead of manual operations, artificial intelligence. So use of artificial intelligence in public, in fact governments come and go, because if the public service delivery is bad, the government will go. It is the public, citizen look at the public service. मैं पासपोर्ट की वहाँ पर शॉप ऑफिस में गया और मुझको 2 दिन वेस्ट हो गया. Public service delivery is bad. So therefore, public service delivery is an indicator of the performance of a government, the public servants. Okay. So therefore, artificial intelligence is impacting and rapidly evolving in various sectors, including government operation and public sector. Private sector में तो हो ही रहा है, it is being done, but in government sector also it is being done now very rapidly. Artificial intelligence. So we are here in a way. What are we writing? Here in a way we are writing the introduction. In a way it is the introduction. As I told you, in every answer, there should be 2-3 lines as introduction, 2-3 lines as conclusion, rest is the body. The body can be written generally in bullet forms. The introduction and conclusion, try to write in full sentences. This transformative technology is reshaping how government functions, enabling more efficient processes and improved public services. Now, if you remember, while solving case study, I'm sure some of you would be present. I had given you a hint, a kind of help, that use of certain words is going to help you out very much. You remember about 1 or 2 dozen words I had given, a accountability, transparency, citizen-centric, good governance, corporate governance, empathy, compassion, rationality, objectivity. The same things you can use here. So think of a word which can describe your things so well. So here, for example, we have written efficiency. Okay. So efficiency is one of the part of good governance, isn't it? So that is how it will make system more efficient, more effective. So same two words I have brought. I have not brought any new words. So therefore, if you have these words at the back of your mind, you will be able to make your answers very impressive. Use of word accountability, responsibility, responsiveness, rule of law, justice, equity, ethos, compassion, empathy, balance of judgment. These are all words which we normally call as keywords in ethics paper. And I had given some of the keywords also to some of you, probably who wanted it. I can pass it on in a general way also. All of you, the keywords, there are about 100 keywords. If you practice those keywords, I can assure you, you can do extremely well in both theory A part and the second case studies part. Use of those words. I will tell you the strategy of writing answers for the three parts which I had said: value-based, quote-based, case studies. Okay. So here we have said that artificial intelligence is going to bring in efficiency and improvement in the public services. Now come the second part of the question. How would you regard it as a dependable source? How it can be a dependent? That's the question. What is artificial intelligence? It is becoming more and more prominent. And how it is a dependable source of input. So, number one, it improves efficiency. Same thing which we have done from efficient. Same words. It's just a jugglery of words. Try to use jugglery of words. Boost efficiency. For example, Ahmedabad smart city. And one more thing which I always mention, always use examples in support of your answer. Even in the interview, when you will go to the UPSC, whenever you make a point, examples are a must. Even in the question relating to value-based, give examples. So when you write answers regarding certain values, what are the different things which you write? Some of you might remember. Do you remember? Say integrity. What will you write in that? Steps. Definition. Significance. Relevance to the civil services. How to inculcate that value. What will happen in its absence? What are the constraints? Examples. Value mapping. If you can write down these things in respect of the value, your answer would be a very good answer. So therefore, examples is something which add lot of weight. Ahmedabad Smart City Mission utilizes artificial intelligence for optimizing transit services. So they have got some transit services. They use artificial intelligence for prior optimizing them. I'm not saying that these are the only examples. Many examples would be known to you. You might have read newspapers. You might have read elsewhere. You can write those examples. How artificial? It's a very layman question. Artificial intelligence से क्या improvement होता है efficiency में? Give an example which you have come to know. It might be in Indore. It might be in Andhra Pradesh, Hyderabad, somewhere. Something new has been done. Give an example. The emphasis is it boosts efficiency. Second is objectivity. Artificial intelligence helps in objectivity. What is objectivity? Again the same word. I am not saying anything. You remember those 24 words? Objectivity, rationality. Based on facts. Based on facts, figures, evidence. So, when artificial intelligence is being used, the human prejudices and biases, they are reduced. Because it is it is faceless artificial intelligence. It will not generally go in for any biases. Unless in the algorithms there is something which is introduced, which will be one of the constraints. We will be writing the constraints also, the cons also. So the second is objectivity. For example, Karnataka police introduced AI-enabled policing technology for multidimensional incident analysis. So write an example. Number third is justice. Again, you remember justice was another word which I had told you. So efficiency, objectivity, justice. घूम फिर के वही words आते हैं. So you can use accountability. AI will need to improve accountability also. Responsibility will improve. You can fix responsibility. So you can improve, write down accountability also here. It also will improve responsiveness. You will be able to respond to the grievances of the people. So almost all answers you can use some of those words. So the EHCR portal for translating judicial documents, research, etc. Informed and accurate decision making. So decision making becomes more accurate. So there are some examples. Oxford enables prediction of emerging vital variants. Again, you don't have to use these examples. You can give your own examples. Then innovative. Remember, I had told you that creativity and innovation is again a very important part of attitude. So you are using innovative word. So AI gives rise to innovation. Doesn't it? ChatGPT is an innovation. Gemini is an innovation. So the artificial intelligence gives rise to innovation. So these are the positives. Dependable source of input. Dependable means positive. So AI has been able to bring objectivity, bring justice, accountability, efficiency, creativity, innovation, decision making. So you can easily write down the answer. Have you understood or not? Any doubt you can tell me. This is how, yes sir. Huh, huh. Yes, yes. Why not? Why not? You can say ChatGPT that can be used for a large number of innovative ideas, for example, in writing new slogans. Definitely, why not? So, sky is the limit. Artificial intelligence, sky is the limit. So, this is the positive. Let's go to the concerns. Concerns are the concern means कि जो इसके दूसरा पक्ष है, the second part, they are the concerns. Artificial intelligence is good, but it has got its limitations. So the limitation, what the examiner wants to know from you when he is asking that question is whether you can exercise your ability to think rationally and objectively. Whether you can think positive as well as negative parts to it. So that is what is the question. So let's see the negative part or concerns. I will not say negative, but it's a concern. So concern here would be, let's see. Concern is social inequalities. It is not able to understand that. For example, the poor, the scheduled caste, the scheduled tribes, economically weaker section, handicapped. So the socially deprived people, artificial intelligence is going to treat everyone the same. Whereas the government, you will be part of the government, you will require different decisions, different norms to be kept for different sets of people, depending upon how socially backward the person may be. So therefore, artificial intelligence is immune to that. It will not be able to recognize that thing. It will treat everyone equally. But in governance, there are certain aspects which you have to introduce in your decision making. For example, total amount of funds, say 500 crores has come. Part of it has to go for special component plan, which is for scheduled castes. Now, artificial intelligence will treat everything the same, but the government has a concern for scheduled caste or scheduled tribe, weaker section society, communities, say Parsis, Muslims. So there are different priorities of the government. So AI will not be able to understand that. So perpetuation of social inequalities, how it will harm marginalized communities. The second is biasness. Equitable distribution may not take place if the algorithm, which is the basis for that artificial intelligence, for example, in e-court system, US court system, they use artificial intelligence to predict the likelihood that a defendant would become recidivist. What is recidivist? Dobara karenge. So therefore, the decision making sometime may become biased because of artificial intelligence, because of the algorithm. The third is privacy. So privacy concerns, they are unaddressed bias can diminish public trust. For example, facial recognition technology was used by South Wales police. It failed to meet the established standards. It caught many people and they were very innocent. But the facial recognition, they used artificial intelligence. A ke bajaye B ko pakad liya. You see, so that was a mistake. So this again is a concern in artificial intelligence, because you put the input कि इसकी नाक लंबी थी, इसका मुंह ऐसा था, उसका ऐसा था, put all the inputs and they would come out with a facial, and there will be someone by that face and you catch that person. So mistakes can happen because of artificial intelligence. And then inherent limitations. Artificial intelligence has a limitation. If, for example, it is used for beneficiary of government schemes, might overlook critical human factors. So there are some intangible human factors like ethical, moral, and emotional consideration. So there are limitations. For example, 80 years old lady comes and she does not have, you remember this is the example which we have been giving. She does not have Aadhaar card, hai, and she is otherwise eligible. But artificial intelligence will say, no, no, no. She does not have a date of birth certificate, she does not have Aadhaar card, she will be deprived of the old age pension. So the human factors, the emotional factors, empathy, compassion, artificial intelligence will not be able to recognize. Maybe times will come when these factors will be introduced in that, but as of now, the mistakes are like this. So the many concerns are there, limitations are there. So this is how we will write, and then 2-line conclusion. Tackling AI bias is vital for fair governance, because AI is likely to show bias. We have to tackle AI bias in governance, requiring robust data practices. You have to collect huge amount of data. Transparency is required, diverse teams and ethical guidelines to ensure equitable again is a word, you see, which is used, which is normally one of the keywords in ethics, equitable. So it says that in governance you require a lot of data. Transparency again is a word which has been used, good governance, hai? So that will ensure equitable distribution and maintaining public trust. Trust is again a word which I had said, trust, faith. Same words, just using them here and there. So try to do practice using these keywords and applying them, understanding their meanings and applying them at required places. It is just like Saap Sidi or jugglery. You have to put different words in different places. And once you understand the definition of those words, you'll be able to easily put them into answers and come out with a good answer. Okay? Is it fine? Hmm. Hmm. Yes, correct. Why not? Yes. Yes, absolutely right. You can write that. Typically, some people, communities which have got their own special laws and own concerns, the way of living is different, artificial intelligence will not regard that. So that again is a part. In fact, as I said, these answers are just by way of examples. You are all brilliant people. You can use lot many things in addition to what I have written down on this. But I'm only trying to show you the approach, how you will write that. And since, as I said, again, if you write on a rough sheet, you will be able to fare it out well and come out with a good final draft. Any other questions on this? Hmm? For? Ha. Artificial intelligence may disregard the fact that certain area have got certain population belonging to one particular community. But different pockets of the country, there are some Parsis, some Muslims, some other Hindus, some other, everywhere there are different types of pockets. You cannot apply the same principle everywhere. Somewhere, some people will be majority, some people will be minority. Another place, someone will be majority and another will be minority. So these are factors which artificial intelligence may not be able to appreciate, but a fertile mind, an intelligent mind will be able to understand that. So therefore, artificial intelligence will base its decision on certain algorithms. Either the algorithm should be so good that it puts into account all these diverse factors, tribals ka, Muslims ka, Parsis ka, and scheduled caste ka, scheduled tribe ka, but it is not perfect. That is why there is a concern. Facial recognition is a concern. You put all the input inside this and come out with some figure which actually is not the criminal. So it has got its limitations. Machine has got its limitations. Okay? Right. Now, the another question which I am taking here is question 1B. Ethics encompasses several key dimensions that are crucial in guiding individuals and organizations towards morally responsible behavior. The question is that ethics includes several key dimensions which are crucial in guiding individuals. So read the question again and again, 2 times at least read the question. That ethics are helpful in guiding individuals and organization towards a morally responsible behavior. This is in inverted commas. It's a quote. Explain the key dimensions of ethics that influence human actions. So you have to explain the key dimensions which influence human actions. Discuss how these dimensions shape ethical decision making in the professional context. Professional means at workplace, professional context. Appears to be very complex sentence, but if every sentence you must break into different parts. Here what are the important things? One is ethics. Yeah, tell me. Yeah, absolutely correct. Morally responsible behavior. Then it is dimensions of ethics. Pardon? Influencing human actions. So, ethical decision making and professional context. So, these are the keywords. Underline that. You have to first explain these things, isn't it? So, the trend is, now again it is 150 words and 10 marks. Trend is, the year is not mentioned here, but it has come as one of the previous year's questions. It is believed that adherence to ethics in human action would ensure in smooth functioning of an organization system. If so, what does ethics seek to promote in human life? How do ethical values assist in the resolution of conflicts faced by him in his day-to-day functioning? This had come in one of the previous papers. So it is basically here they want to know what is the effect of ethics in guiding individuals and organizations towards morally responsible behavior? Ethics is moral philosophy. It's a part of philosophy. It describes human conduct. How one human being relates to the other human being. Example, you talk to your sister, you talk to your brother, you talk to your parents, you talk to your grandparents, domestic servant, driver, human conduct. If you use your values in interacting with other people through human conduct, it is said that you are moving in an ethical direction. Which are the values? Values of love, non-violence, affection, compassion, empathy. These are the things which you use at your home, and in your workplace when you will become public servant. When you use these values, which are the values? Honesty, integrity, accountability, transparency, responsiveness, diligence, discipline, vis-a-vis other human beings in the organization. So it is basically one human being, how he interacts with another human being. That is ethics. And value is something which is deep inside you. It is a kind of a belief, conviction or principle which you have got, some kind of an understanding which you have made with your conscience. मैं ईमानदार रहूँगा, I will remain honest, I will have integrity. So that is the value. When you use these values, that is why we say the play of values in this world is ethics. Or when the values are in action in this world, then they become ethics. Okay? Someone is very honest. One example which I always give, even at the cost of repetition or some time, just to explain a point. Basic अगर understanding आपकी अच्छी हो जाएगी ना, कोई problem नहीं. Shiv Khela, did I give you that example? Some of you might be knowing. Shiv Khela went to Singapore and he hired a taxi. The taxi driver was told to take him to a particular place. Taxi driver did not know the exact location of that place. So he took a lot of time in searching for that place. And in the bargain, the taxi traveled many extra kilometers and much more time was taken. So when Shiv Khela got down, the taxi meter reading showed $11. He took out $11. He was handing over the money. The taxi driver said, no sir, $10. So he was surprised. He said, but your meter is showing $11. He says, sir, I am a taxi driver and I am expected to know each and every location in the city. That's my job. A taxi driver must know every location. And believe me, sir, if I had come straight away to this point, it would have actually cost you just $10. Because of my ignorance, you cannot be faulted. Therefore, please pay me only $10. Because otherwise, if I charge you $11, I would be a very unethical person. Now here, he had the principle of honesty inside. This is a value. But he used that honesty principle vis-a-vis Shiv Khela. Then it became ethics. Values, when used in relation to other human beings, only then they become ethics. So the play of values, or when the values are in action. So this is what I was trying to say. Ethics deals with human beings. It is a human conduct. Human conduct. Okay. And then they are asking the dimensions. Okay. So let us see the answer. First of all, the approach. The approach is the step by step. Introduce the answer by briefly explaining the statement. Because the statement was in inverted comma, it's like a quote, you have to explain that statement. Okay. What was the statement? The statement was, sorry, Ethics encompasses several key dimensions that are crucial in guiding individuals and organization towards morally responsible behavior. We have to explain that point. So let us see the answer. How we will do that? These are the steps. First of all, introduce the answer by briefly explaining the statement. Then explain the ethical dimensions that influence human actions. Ethics is human actions, human conduct. If the taxi driver had kept the principle of honesty inside him, he would not have used it vis-a-vis Shiv Khela. It would not become ethics. It will only remain a value which is kept inside him. That value is not coming out. When he started using those values vis-a-vis Shiv, so human conduct. Discuss the role of ethical dimensions in ethical decision making with examples. Everywhere you have to give examples. And lastly, conclusion. So what is the first one? Explain the statement. Explain the quote. Number 2, dimensions. Number 3, role of these dimensions in decision making. With examples. So let us go to the answer. Any questions so far? I am only dissecting the question into various parts. You have to dissect the question, divide the question and explain each part of the question. So first of all, again an introduction. घूम फिर के हमेशा पहले इंट्रोडक्शन आपने लिखना ही लिखना है. Now introduction and conclusion help the examiner to understand the main content inside that he will be able to assess, yes, this candidate understands, because introduction and conclusion, they are the most important part of your answer. They are summary, they are the crux. So introduction, ethics plays a crucial role in guiding human behavior, human conduct, which I said, and decision making. So we have said ethics plays a very important role. You can use your own words. Ethics plays a very important role in human conduct, human behavior, and decision making in governance. It aids in navigating complex situations and make decisions that align with ethical principles and values. What is the meaning of this? Tell me now. What is the meaning of this sentence? Absolutely correct. Yes, yes. Correct. Correct. Absolutely right. So whenever there is a ethical dilemma, in those moments of crisis, ethics tells you what is right and what is wrong. It helps you, facilitates the decision making. Otherwise, you are confused. कि मैं ये करूँ या, for example, someone, you are municipal commissioner and you have to float a tender. And after you have floated the tender, one of the person comes who is a tenderer, contractor, and he is not the best contractor. He does not have a good reputation, but he offers 50 lakhs of rupees as bribe. Now you are in an ethical dilemma. So what will help you? The ethics will help you, because you have to have honesty, you have to have integrity, you have to look after the welfare of the people because you are a public servant. So you will give tender to that person who is otherwise suitable, rather than placing emphasis on the money which you are earning, which is a private thing. So it helps in decision making. Bhai main honest hu, I will not do this. It helps, quick decision ho jata hai. If you are not honest, the decision making will be difficult, because you will start thinking, oh, 50 lakhs of rupees is a lot of money. I can become very rich. But if you are ethical, अगर माता पिता ने अच्छे संस्कार दिए हैं तो फैसला लेने में दिक्कत नहीं आती है। अगर पिता कहता है कि भाई रिश्वत लेना गलत है, पाप है, और बेटा अंधेरे में रात को देखता है कि उसका पिता रिश्वत ले रहा है, तो उसको ये लगेगा कि नहीं, रिश्वत लेना बिल्कुल ठीक चीज है। सो देयरफॉर decision making becomes easy if you follow the values and go on the path of ethics, isn't it? So ethics plays a crucial role in guiding human behavior and decision making. It helps in navigating complex situation, as you very rightly said, ethical dilemmas, and make decision which align with ethical principles. So this is the introduction. It explains everything. Simple words. I have not used any Shashi Tharoor language, simple language. You can use simple language and explain, make the point very easily. Not necessarily that you have to use this language, you can use your own words also. Important thing is that the examiner should be able to understand, that you understand. Okay, so that is introduction. Let's proceed further. It is totally unethical. You cannot. What will happen? You will give the contract to that person. He is making the flyover will fall. So then public interest will be jeopardized. You have to take a decision on merits. Even if he is giving money on charity, he says कि देखो जी मेरे को contract दे दो, I will give so much of money for charity, which is not being used by you. But you are making an unethical decision. You are not taking a decision on merits. You are basing your decision on the fact that he is giving some aid or alms grant for some orphanage or something else. But what will happen to the people if he makes a substandard building which falls or a bridge which falls? So therefore it is unethical. It is not ethical, even if he gives a bribe for giving aid for some purpose. That's very clear. That immediately breaks the principle of honesty and integrity. I'm sure all of you would agree to that. Yeah. Ethical dilemma can be between two situations. One option may be correct option, the other may be wrong option, good and bad. It can also be between two options, both of which are good, but you have to choose between the two of them which is better. Okay, so ethical dilemma means you are not in a position to take a decision whether to go this way or that way. Now many people, they do some very good things and then they are in trouble. Well, that is a professional hazard which a civil servant must be ready to face that. Because sometimes what will happen, that you will, in the larger interest of the community, will take a decision. For example, controlling a law and order situation. You have to use force in order to protect a community. For example, a particular community is surrounded by another community and they are about to kill those people. You have to fire at those people. Some people will be killed, but it is in the larger interest. There will be a policing, there will be magisterial inquiry. You will be unnecessarily in trouble, but you have done it for a larger good. So therefore, in Hindi, there is a beautiful line which I say, सत्य परेशान होता है, पराजित नहीं होता. परेशान हो सकते हैं, पराजित नहीं होंगे. Long term में you will always be the winner. But follow that line. You will may get, an unethical person may get very good postings, but it will be for a brief period. A person who remains ethical, I can tell you so many officers who have remained ethical and have got the best postings. So it is not that. But you have to understand your aim in life. life's purpose, whether it is to earn money, illegally earn money, or get a good reputation. Those people who ultimately may remain unethical, they pay a price sooner or later. May not come today, after 15 years, 20 years. So therefore, thus the demands will come. And you have to choose the public interest. In the bargain, you may suffer also. But that's a professional hazard, which one should be willing to accept that. At least it will give you satisfaction. Yes, I was able to do that. You will come to know about it when you will become civil servant. There will be a conscience which will urge you to do a certain thing, and that will bring a lot of happiness to you. Okay. So now we have to talk about influence on human actions and decision making. Kiska influence? Ethics. In a professional environment, you can be a civil servant, you can be in management, you can be in a private sector. Everywhere, the ethics has an influence on human actions. In the case of that Shiva Kheda, the human action was, he displayed honesty. He said, no, $10, not $11, because he was ethical. So, number one, moral principles, such as honesty, fairness, equality, compassion, they act as a guiding light. Guiding light? Dhruvatara, pole star. If you are basing your decisions on certain values like honesty, fairness, equality, compassion, they are the guiding factor. So you will give that old lady 80 years old who may not be having an Aadhaar card, you will see to it that you facilitate getting her the widow pension or the old age pension. Similarly, in the case of a tender, you will remain honest, you will be fair. So these values, moral principle, they act as a guiding factor in taking correct decisions, isn't it? Because if the dilemma will come when you do not base your action on values. But if you are very firm about the values, I will remain, I will have integrity, I will have transparency, I will not give a tender only to 2-3 people, I will publicize it. Everyone should have equal eligibility opportunity. Second, so for example, a healthcare professional driven by value of compassion will prioritize patient welfare over profit. What happened? There was a vaccine in COVID-19 which was being sold at black market. What was the name? Remdesivir something? So they were selling it at profit, black marketing, rather than caring about the patient. It was unethical, there is no doubt about it. People hoard goods and then sell it off when the prices rise, food grains. So again, it's an unethical. So if you go by the moral principle, decision making becomes much better. Number two, rights and duties. It helps in fulfilling professional obligation, such as maintaining confidentiality, avoiding conflict of interest. What is conflict of interest? Yeah. Correct. So supposing your professional duties come in clash with some other aspect, then there is a conflict of interest. For example, can you give an example? Yeah. Judge has to. Correct. Yeah, that's true. Correct. SEBI chief. Yeah. Similarly, ICICI Bank, Chanda Kochar. They are all examples of conflict of interest. So, if you base your decision on values, then it helps in ensuring the rights and duties. Your duties are then well defined if you are basing your duties on the value system. So therefore, the second advantage is that the rights and duties, it aids in fulfilling professional obligation correctly. So the first one was the moral principles such as they are act as a beacon for decision making. Number two, the rights and duties of different people, you are in a position to recognize them. You will not overstep the rights of other people. You may be belonging to one religion, but the very fact that you should be secular, ethical, rational will help you in ensuring that the benefits flow not only to your community but also to the other community. So it helps you in taking decision. Don't you think so? It will help you in taking decisions if you are having rationality, objectivity, transparency, equality, equity. These are all value systems. They will help you in ensuring that the right of different people are protected. So co-workers' rights to privacy, equality, safety while fulfilling duties such as honesty in reporting, transparency in company. You can give umpteen examples to that. These are not the only examples which you have to write. What I am trying to say is that now kindly see, I have used bullet points here. So introduction तो आप पूरा sentence लिखिए, बाकी जो हिस्सा है ना उसमें bullet points लिखिए. That will be bring down the number of words. You don't have to write full sentences, just write the bullet points. The bullet point here is moral principle, rights and duties. There are some others. For example, utilitarianism. It focuses on consequences of action. What is utilitarianism? Maximizes happiness. Yes. So if you are basing it on your values, then you will concentrate, keep emphasis on the ends. Okay. So the value systems, the ethic, if you follow ethics, it helps you in ensuring greatest good of the greatest number. Have you followed it or not? If you have not followed, please ask me again. The ethical behavior, if you follow ethical principles, it helps you in being utilitarianism. You will then focus on the consequences of action. What was the consequences of action in that old lady case? That she will get an Aadhaar card. She will get a benefit of a pension. So the consequence of action, utilitarian principle says ends justify the means. Even if she does not possess Aadhaar card, but you can carry out an inquiry and ensure that she gets widow pension on the basis of the inquiry report. So ethical principle help you in being utilitarian, that is you concentrate on the ends results rather than the means, because that is the greatest good of the greatest number. One famous example which I always give, I'm sure some of you already know that is about that aircraft which many of you might have heard, no? Aircraft containing 200 passengers, है? So yeah, so that is being hijacked by terrorists. That's it. I'm not specifically talking about that case, but supposing there is an aircraft containing 200 passengers, and that aircraft has been hijacked by terrorists, and they have diverted the aircraft towards a high-rise building which contains 50,000 people. So you have got one option. You are standing on the ground. You have got an anti-aircraft gun. You can point that anti-aircraft gun towards the aircraft and bring down that plane. The plane will crash. You bring down that plane. You will be able to save 50,000 people, but it will also mean 200 people will die. But the deontological approach theory people will say, no, how can you kill those 200 people? They have done nothing wrong. So even if those 50,000 people in the building, they die, you will not bring down that plane. That is deontological approach. In administration, in different situations, we follow different approaches, but mostly it is concentrated on utilitarian principle. Okay. So here you will be able to justify your action by bringing down that plane, because 50,000 number is greater than 200 number. So even if those 200 people die, you will be able to save 50,000 people. And one more reason you will be able to justify it in terms of utilitarianism. What is that? One more reason why this is going to be the correct option. Bringing down that plane. Because those 200 people, in any case, they are going to die. The plane is going to strike that building. वो 200 लोगों ने तो मरना निश्चित है. But if you bring down that plane, you will be able to save 50,000. That is what is utilitarianism, consequence of action. It focuses on consequence of action. The greatest good, the greatest number. Strives towards maximizing overall happiness. For example, a company might choose a sustainable production process that benefits society even if it costs more, because the long-term benefits outweigh the short-term financial burden. So a company might choose a sustainable production process which benefits society even if it costs more, because in the long run it will benefit the society. Understanding ethical principle. So it helps professional in examining origins and understanding ethical principles. So we are talking about influence on human action and decision making. So one is understanding ethical principle. For example, a lawyer examining ethical basis of laws while advocating human rights cases. So one will be able to understand ethical principle if he has a knowledge about ethics. So I have tried. There can be much more answers. Can you tell me some more? The advantages of ethics in decision making and influence on human actions. Quick decision making, absolutely right. Speed, quick decision making. It helps in not wasting time. You are very quick. Increases credibility of the person. Absolutely right. Legally you are justified. Yes, you have a very sound rule of law. Rule of law is obeyed. Hai na? Yes. Yes. Yes, absolutely. So these are umpteen advantages. So now you can see you yourself are coming out with beautiful answers. This is what I say, put yourself in the position of the protagonist and you will be able to think so much. You can do brainstorming. You have yourself come out with much more. Probably some of the points which all of you have mentioned is they're far, far superior. So therefore, this is how we will answer. Then some more virtue ethics. It emphasizes on development of moral character. It encourages professionals to cultivate qualities like humility and courage. So humility and courage. For example, Ira Singhal and Umul Khair, they made it to civil services, one of them. Have you heard about them? I'm sure you must have heard in the newspaper. They are examples of courage. So the ethics helps in encouraging professionals to cultivate qualities like humility and courage. It helps in virtue ethics. So it development of moral character. So if ethics is taught at regular intervals, it helps in building a very, very sound base. And it builds a moral character, and that gets transferred from generation to generation, from parents to the children to their children, and so on. So this is the advantage of ethics. Okay, so this is how you will answer, but you have to keep in mind that number of words may exceed by 10%. 10% it's perfectly fine. 150 का 10% आप 15 words और add हो जाए, कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ता, but not too much. Then conclusion. So ethical dimensions shape actions, emotions and aspirations, transforming values into principles and practices, fostering integrity, trust and societal impact. Whatever we have written above, conclusion is generally a summary of that. Whatever action you are recommending, it is a summary. Okay. So they are the Then there is a question 2b, global warming and climate change are the outcomes of human greed in the name of development, indicating the direction in which extinction of organisms, including human beings, is heading towards loss of life on Earth. Basically, they're talking about climate change, global warming, environmental degradation. So they say that it is arising out of human greed. They say because humans have become so greedy, so materialistic, if that one can do with 2 pants and 2 shirts, one likes to purchase the full wardrobe, in order to show off. And that is why the factor ego comes. We want to show off. So human greed, we want to show off. Many times people will purchase very costly items and they will just like to put it on the social media. Conspicuous consumption. So human greed is responsible because every commodity requires natural resources. Water, particularly water, is used in every industrial product. Every food grain, water is used. And water is in limited quantity. Tomorrow, I remember I was reading in lighter vein that 100 years from today, a situation will come when there will be a doorbell and the mother will tell the daughter, go and answer that doorbell, our weekly quota of oxygen must have arrived. That is going to be the situation because we are depleting oxygen by polluting atmosphere to such an extent that oxygen content in the atmosphere will go down considerably, and we will probably require cylinders to breathe while sitting inside the houses. So that is basically the question. Global warming and climate change are the outcome of human greed in the name of development. हम बहाना क्या लेते हैं? भाई development important. What did a lady say who was a Nobel laureate? Mathai, Wangari Mathai, what did she say? So this is a beautiful quote which she made. She said, yes, development is extremely important, but not at the cost of environmental degradation. We must balance the two. So you can use that quote. So there are many other quotes which you can use. So try to use a quote in the conclusion, not in the introduction, but in the conclusion, you can write some beautiful quote. Because the parting shot should be very, very effective. In the interview also, that is why I say, when 20 minutes of interview at the UPSC goes, so then I say that, बाकी सब ठीक है, लेकिन last question अच्छा answer देना. Try to give a good answer, the best answer. At least try, because then you will be going out of the room and you will be adjudged. So therefore, if 20 minutes have passed, then you should start thinking, अब ये last question होने वाला है. I should really prepare very well for this. And supposing by any chance, the last question you are not in a position to answer well, and the chairperson sometime ask the candidate, would you like us to ask any further question on any topic which you are particularly have a lot of knowledge? If that has not gone well, the earlier question, then you can volunteer for that. But if your last question has gone really well, don't fall in for that. Because अंत में जब अच्छा हो गया है तो अब आप क्यों risk ले रहे हो? The interview is not a place where you should take risks. You should try to get, and the parting shot should be very good. Okay, so basically it is, we are leading to a loss of life on the earth. So 2 planets were talking. One was Earth, the other was Mars. So Mars was very, very worried one day. So Earth said, ki, what happened? Mars said, I'm thinking, I have been told that Homo sapiens are going to occupy Mars now very shortly. So Earth said, you don't worry. Homo sapiens, they will not last very long, because they are themselves destructing my Earth so well that it's a matter of time only, everything would be vanished. So don't worry, they will fight amongst themselves. They themselves are self-destructive. So this is what is happening. the global warming is taking place. Which is that institution which actually talks about the global warming? That is in, okay, that is there definitely. IPCC. है ना? So IPCC consists of large number of scientists, intergovernmental, yes, panel on climate change. So IPCC has been able to bring out clearly, with the help of the researches carried out by the various scientists, that global warming, climate change is occurring and human beings are the cause. इससे पहले तो everyone used to feel कि ये divine cause है कि हमारे यहाँ जो हो रहा है, but they were able to establish through experiments that it is we who are responsible for that. That is why the major catastrophe which is happening, melting of glaciers, rising of sea levels, change in the weather patterns, biodiversity is getting affected, not many things. Which is that country which is going to be submerged first because of the rising of sea levels? Tuvalu. Tuvalu is the first country, but there are other countries also. So Maldives will be there, and Philippines, even the Sundarbans area of India, that will be submerged. Some of the coastal cities will also be submerged. That also. So the question is basically global warming, climate change, human greed. These are the keywords in the name of development. So we are leading to extinction of organisms, including human beings, and it is leading to a loss of life on earth. So many animal species, fishes, birds, we have lost them. There used to be a beautiful bird which was named as hummingbird. That hummingbird is no longer visible because of the radiation from the mobile towers. So therefore, these are all things which are happening. How do you put an end to this to protect life and bring equilibrium between society and environment? So what action would you like to take to do this? So there is a trend analysis. UPSC has been asking questions on broad global challenges such as wars and conflicts, use of online methodology, corporate social responsibility, but every time the question asked ethical dimension. This year they have simply asked how to stop environmental degradation. They have simply used this word, but it has an ethical dimensions. Environment is ethical dimension. Why? Because nature gives us oxygen, water, food grains, fruits, vegetables, shelter. And what do we give back to nature? Destruction, water pollution, noise pollution, land pollution. So therefore it is an ethical issue. If we get something from someone, then we should also give back the same thing. So environment is an ethical issue, even if they have not asked it, but it is an ethical issue. Okay. Approach. Yeah. Basically, when we talk about global warming, then my suggestion to you would be go to 2014. The IPCC submitted one of the very major reports in 2014, and then the other reports came 2018, 2019. If you go back too back, it may be difficult to, it will require a lot of material, lot of things. Basically, you have to concentrate on the fact that excessive materialism, excessive greed on the parts of human beings, that has led to exploitation of the natural resources in such a big way that the earth is losing its resources, and very soon we will be requiring more than one earth to survive, because the population is increasing, resources are decreasing. You don't have to go back to very far. Otherwise, you may have to go to the industrial revolution, because industrial revolution brought about the pollution. You know. So talk in the broader sense, what are the effects? We have to keep ourselves glued to the question which has been asked. So you say that environmental degradation is arising out of human greed and exploitation of the natural resources. That is how you do that. So in the conclusion, you can use that Gandhian principles. Yeah. So a good quote by Gandhi will be a very useful thing in the conclusion. So give a brief introduction about human impact on environment. Suggest measures to end. That is the question. What is the impact of human beings on environment, and what are the measures which you will take to end this damage, and conclude. So IPC report, due to human activities, global surface temperature is now reaching 1.1 degrees above 1850-90 to 2011-20. You can give a comparison. You can also give a comparison of two things. Let me tell you, two things are good. One is temperature. And what is the second thing which has been rising consistently? Carbon dioxide. Absolutely right. So greenhouse gases, you should write these two factors, that over the years the IPCC reports has concluded that the temperatures are soon going to rise by 1.1 degree, and climate impacts on people and ecosystems are more widespread and severe than before, and future risks will escalate rapidly with every fraction of degree of warming. So more and more the temperature rises, more will be the destruction. 3 lines introduction. Don't write more than that, because then you will lose sight of the main body also. 3 lines in introduction, 3 lines in conclusion. That's sufficient. Okay. So now the question was, to protect life and bring equilibrium between society and the environment, following ethical principles should be followed. So you can see that we have used ethical word. Environment invariably has ethical dimensions. Even if it is not explained explicitly, it is an ethical dimension. So we have suggested certain measures. I will not go into everything because it's a very, otherwise takes a long time. And again, as I said, the answers will exceed the number of words here which I am showing. They are only as a background material. You have to cull out words so as you do not exceed those words. It's sort of précis writing which we used to do in our schools and colleges. So one is maintain biological diversity. Number 2 is recognizing cultural diversity. So global cooperation, we must have cultural diversity of different peoples. We must find different solution for different climates, different countries, different cultural diversities. Ensuring global justice. So developed countries should provide developing nation with finance, because ultimately they are responsible for this degradation, and now they are saying you don't do this, but they are responsible. Industrial revolution जो है developed nation ने तो शुरू किया था. So therefore, number 1, maintaining biological diversity we have to do. Recognizing cultural diversity. Different countries, different cultures will have different norms. You can't have a common norm for everyone. Number 3, global justice. So developed countries and developing countries do not harm principle. So states have responsibility to ensure that the activities within their jurisdiction do not cause damage to the environment of other states. Can you give examples? Activities of one state damages the environment of another state. Yes, correct. Putting affluents at the higher level, it affects the people down below. Even the atomic explosion, that will have an effect on the environment. So any kind of experiment which is carried out which has got environmental pollution, it is going to affect other countries. So do not harm attitude should be there. Okay? Yeah. Yeah. Prime Minister ka? Prime Minister's plane is hijacked. So that's a debatable question. Okay. That will put you in an ethical dilemma. If you talk about utilitarian principle, naturally you will bring down that plane. Eh? In any way, they are yeah, the plane is going to strike that building. So therefore, save at least those 50,000 people. Okay. So the the fifth one is adopting sustainable practices. So the Earth's carrying capacity is limited. We should adopt principle of frugality. What is frugality? Consume only as much as is required. What is the name of these people who consume very little? Minimalist. Correct. Transitioning to clean energy. So from thermal energy, move to the clean energy. Reducing deforestation. So deforestation, the trees should not be cut. One should plant tree rather than cutting the trees. And promoting circular economies. What is circular economy? Yes, correct, correct, correct. So circular economy. Precautionary principle, which suggests that humanity should design strategies to reduce the negative effects of climate change. So now, in fact, climate change adaptation is the word which we use, these IPCC report. They say that you have to adapt now to the climate change. Be prepared for the climate change in certain areas of this world. So it is basically precautionary principles, enforcing corporate responsibility. So CSR. The CSR talks about 3 P's. What is that? Yeah. Planet, people, and profit. Correct. Eighth is strengthening global solidarity. So ethical solidarity in the global community will ensure that wealthy nations and corporate bodies take greater responsibility for mitigating climate change. So UNFCCC, which you had mentioned, that has got a great responsibility in that. Education and empowering citizens. So education, people should be empowered, people should be taught. Conclusion, through these ethical measures, and Mahatma Gandhi का last में देखिए हमने दिया है ना, which you were saying, Earth provides enough to satisfy every man's needs, but not everyone's greed. So that is in the conclusion. So therefore, I always suggest that prepare a bank of good quotes. A bank of quotes, subject-wise and person-wise. Her person like Mahatma Gandhi, Vivekanand, and B.R. Ambedkar and Chanakya, prepare their quotes subject-wise. So there can be quote on climate, environment, women empowerment, justice, and similarly subject-wise, different people what they have said. So if you prepare a good quotes, bank of quotes, that will be helpful to you in even solving the essay paper. So it will take time. I'm not saying that it's easier said than done, but if you are preparing for the next year's paper, it is always good to prepare 2 things. One, terminologies, terms, glossary, keywords, and second is quotes. These 2 are very material. It will have in its impact on all the GS papers. You can use them here or there whenever you are writing an answer. How to attempt quote-based questions? Just some brief guideline. When attempting quote-based question, we'll look at 3 quotes this year. One was Sardar Patel, the other was Kant, and third was Vivekanand, Swami Vivekanand. Now, look at this. When attempting quote-based questions in the ethics paper, it is important to interpret the quote correctly and structure your responses effectively. Step-by-step guide. How do you do that? Understand the quote. How will you understand? Only when you have done a lot of practice. Bank of quotes. Prepare bank of quotes so that you understand what the quotes are. After all, examiner भी कहीं बाहर से थोड़ी ना लेकर आएगा. He also will have a bank of quotes. He will be putting those bank of quotes. So prepare as many quotes as possible. So understand the quote. Comprehension. Carefully read and interpret the quote. Identify the central idea or moral lesson which has been conveyed through that quote. It can be about honesty, it can be about integrity, it can be about women empowerment, it can be about protection of the family, it can be about many things, you know. It can be about education, it can be about health. So understand the central idea or moral lesson. For example, does it emphasize integrity, compassion, courage, or accountability? So the central idea. And again, coming back to that, these are the words which I have been telling you again and again. About 2 dozen or 3 dozen words, if you prepare them well, courage, accountability, transparency, you will be able to put them at different places. All these quotes, कहीं बाहर से थोड़ी ना आएंगे, इन्हीं से निकल कर आने. These are the words. Every quote will signify something or the other. It can be about accountability, it can be about transparency, it can also be about specific things like women empowerment, it can be about providing education, looking after the family. So everything, you should understand the central idea of that quote. Then contextualize. Think about the relevance of the quote in the context of ethics and human behavior, especially in public life. Relevance. Relevance हर जगह लिखनी है. What is its relevance in public life? What may be, there may be sometime relevance in the civil services. So write down the civil service. This is the relevance of this in civil services. For example, accountability, transparency, all these have got relevance in the civil service. Number 2, break down the quote. Quote को break down करिए. Different words. Analyze the components of the quote. For example, in a quote about truth and justice, explain what truth means in public administration and how justice is applied in decision making. So break down the quote. Identify any key terms and define them clearly. So all the key terms which are part of that quote, define them clearly, which will be easy in case you have already prepared a bank of such keywords. It will be easy to define them. You see what happens in the interview, sometimes I used to ask questions. किसी ने mathematics optional लिया and I used to ask this question कि what do you mean by algebra? What is arithmetic? What is trigonometry? Sometimes what happens, we prepare all the complicated things, but we don't pay attention to the nitty-gritty, to the simple things. That is why I say that look, whenever you are preparing for an optional for any subject, prepare a glossary. Glossary means the terms which are used in that paper. If it is economics, prepare a glossary of terms. If it is public administration, prepare that. If it is geography, prepare that. If it is ethics, prepare the glossary of terms. That will help you out in clearly defining them. Third is relate to ethical theories. So the quote may be relevant to utilitarian principle, can be deontological principle, it can be virtue ethics. All these things you have studied, so just see whether it has got, if at all. I'm not saying that every time some will be relevant, but if it has got any relevance to any theory, you can write down that this quote is actually is based on the utilitarian principle or based on the deontological principle. Then you can mention thinkers also. For example, Kant, Immanuel Kant talks about duty and morality. That is deontological. Aristotle talks about virtue. And Stuart Mill talks about teleological or utilitarian principle. Fourth, application in real life and administration. So provide examples from public administration, governance or personal life where this quote applies, and show how the idea can guide ethical decision making, leadership or public service. So show how this idea, which is part of that quote, can help in decision making, leadership. Now here you may think that it may be very difficult. When you will start doing it, practicing it, ideas will start flowing into your mind. That is why I always say civil service requires 1.5 years of preparation. In that 1.5 years preparation, try to first devote first 3-4 months only for preparing notes. Prepare notes. How do you prepare notes? By first of all getting all the background material. Do cherry picking. इस किताब में ये अच्छा है, इस किताब में ये अच्छा है, इस सोर्स में ये अच्छा है. Bring that out. Purchase some registers. Each register dealing with one subject. And start writing down from these different sources different things. किसी में accountability अच्छा दिया हुआ है, किसी में governance का अच्छा दिया हुआ है, किसी में local government अच्छा दिया हुआ है, किसी में पंचायती राज अच्छा दिया हुआ है. So cull out the best parts from different books and different sources, write them down. Devote 2-3 months for preparation of notes and then keep those books aside. Only read from the notes. And that will give you a lot of confidence. And when you prepare notes, then you have some very, very rough sheets. Rough sheets को आप sew करके, yeah, you can also purchase it from the market. Write down the answers with your own hand. And more and more you start writing, doing the practice, it will help you in 3 ways. Number 1, whatever you write, you will memorize automatically. Whatever you write once, twice, thrice, 4 times, it will memorize. Number 2, it will give you a lot of speed. And number 3, it will improve your handwriting also. So all the 3 things are good. But as I said, don't be in a hurry for appearing at the civil services. 1.5 years you must give. Coming back. So practical application, provide from examples from administration, governance, personal life where this thing applies. And case studies. Refer to relevant case studies or situations where principle from the quote can be applied. Like the role of Sardar Patel in unification of the states, and APJ Abdul Kalam's simplicity. So you can always add on, refer to relevant case studies or situation where principles from the quote can be applied. If someone talks about some simplicity, you can give an example of APJ Abdul Kalam. If someone talks about, there is a quote regarding social justice, what will you give? Value mapping, social justice. B.R. Ambedkar, yeah. If it is regarding business ethics, what example will you give? Ratan Tata. So therefore, value mapping is another important thing which I always say. Loya can be quoted, yes, Loya can be quoted, definitely, for social justice. Personal interpretation. Share your own understanding of the quote. In the context of ethics, you can provide some modern day ethical dilemmas or challenges faced by the civil servants. So you can give your own personal interpretation. Sometimes you can even use your own examples from your own life. I was traveling by bus and someone left a bag. I found it contained 1 lakh of rupee, and there was an address given there, so I went and returned that thing. That is to show honesty. Very simplistic. You might think that I'm talking about very simple and mundane things, but this is how the ethics paper is written. So give your personal life example. You can even give example from Hitopadesh and Panchatantra and Ramayana and Mahabharata or Bible or Quran. You can give all examples from different books, religious books, Upanishads, Ved, in support of your answers. Okay. conclude with a reflection, summarize your interpretation, and emphasize how adhering to the values in the quote contributes to a better personal, societal, and administrative outcomes. So, write down that if one adheres to the values which are mentioned in that quote, number one point यही था ना कि which are the values which are actually part of that quote. So you say that if society adheres to such quote, it will lead to a better society. That is how you will conclude and reflect how it can inspire personal growth or contribute to the ethical framework of governance. Everywhere you have to write what is its relevance to the administration, to the governance, to the civil servants. Link it to that. You will be able to easily link it to that because, as I told you, there is a plethora of words, keywords, which are relevant to the civil servants. So you can always relate it to that. So the structure, whatever we have just now talked about, structure. Number one, introduction. Briefly explain the quote and its key message. Number two, analysis. Break down the quote and link it to ethical concepts. Number three, application. Provide examples, real life applications. Fourth is conclusion. Summarize the ethical insight. By following this approach, you can demonstrate a deep understanding of the quote and effectively relate to the ethics, particularly governance in administration. Have you followed this? This is how the quotes question will be attempted. Let's come to one question. Swami Vivekananda, which came in 2024. Learn everything that is good from others, but bring it in and in your own way absorb it. Do not become others. So basically the trend has been UPSC every year asks quote-based questions where candidates are expected to connect with quotes, with practical examples from individuals, from society, from politics, from ethical contexts. So every year they will definitely ask. In fact, the essay paper also now more or less talks about quotes only. There used to be a time when subjects used to be given, which was much easier. Quotes has made it more difficult because the interpretation of quote is difficult. There is no doubt about it. I remember when I appeared for the civil services, there were many quotes. There were about a dozen essays which were given there. I did not attempt any quote because I had a better alternative. And the better alternative was in terms of one of the very simple essays topic. And I said, don't take risks. Write something because then quote, the examiner may have a different viewpoint than you. Therefore, sometimes you are having huge knowledge, but it may differ from the examiner. So I wrote a topic, and that was such a good topic. I used to read newspaper. The topic was recent advances in science in India. Now, there cannot be a simple subject, and you can write so much in that, which I was able to write. There were no risks. There was no likelihood of examiner differing from me. So it was a very safe topic. Try to choose that topic which is the safest topic in your essay. Do not try to say कि भाई और ये तो सारे लोग attempt करेंगे, मैं कुछ different करूँगा. Don't do that. You are not supposed to take risks in civil services. Your aim is to get maximum marks. Risk taking you do when you become a civil servant. फिर आप कीजिएगा risk, but not now. So choose that topic. So even amongst the quotes, try to choose that quote in the essay paper which is simplest quote, even if it is written by everyone else. Okay. So this is that quote. Let's see. Approach. Briefly introduce the quote by Swami Vivekananda and its underlying message. We have already discussed how to approach such things, so I will go slightly faster. Interpret the quote and bring out its contemporary relevance with illustrations of examples. So again, it is relevance and examples. They are the important thing you have to write. First of all, you have to introduction. Everywhere you write an introduction, then interpretation and contemporary relevance and examples. and conclude. Okay? Introduction, interpretation, relevance, contemporary relevance, examples. This, huh? Yes, you can give that example. Yes. Basically, Swami Vivekananda says, yes, you should take different things from different sources, but ultimately, you use it in your own way to absorb it. So, Constitution of India, we drew something from Canada, from Africa, and from United Kingdom, and from USA. We got all these things, but ultimately, we made our constitution suitable to the needs of the people of this country. That's a good example. So basically, this is what, if you understand the meaning, then, because wisdom does not lie only in our minds. हम इंडियंस थोड़ी ना समझते सारी विजडम हमारे में थोड़ी ना है, विजडम तो औरों में भी है ना. Why is it that in spite of the fact that we have got IITs and IIMs, but the number of patents from India is far, far less, even less than Australia. We are not so good in creativity and innovation. Why is it that ChatGPT and Gemini and Microsoft, WhatsApp and Facebook and Twitter, they have all come from foreign countries? So, so the human mind, Indian mind, is a very hard-working, Indian is very hard-working. But somehow, in India, he or she does not get that kind of enablers which are there. So, you're right, absolutely. Ecosystem is not there. That is why there is a brain drain. People leave this country. And there are many reasons why people leave this country: corruption and many government policies. So, all these things, nepotism, and so, which I'm not saying it is not there in foreign countries, but it is much less. They are a much more developed democracy, and therefore they still have those, they have got inculcated those feelings of nationalism and patriotism and so on. Right? Money factor also, because they get very handsome salary which acts as a magnet to take them to the abroad. Yeah, that's true. The services are much better. The public services are more efficient there, and the harassment is very less. An ordinary person can easily lead a very comfortable life there without harassment. So these are all factors which help in taking decision going abroad. Okay, so introduction. This quote reflects deep understanding of self-awareness, individuality, and learning. He has said that whatever you get from outside, adjust it, fine-tune it to your own environment, ecosystem. So this talks about self-awareness, individuality. You must retain the individuality, and learning. It emphasizes the importance of adopting positive qualities from others without losing one's own unique identity. You don't have to use these words, you can use your own words. The idea should flow to the examiner, that we must try to get all information, filter it suitable to our needs, and adopt it in our own environment and ecosystem. So in the context of ethics, this principle encourages critical thinking and self-integration of value. Again, critical thinking word aa gaya. Same thing. You will use these words, critical thinking and positive qualities, adopting positive qualities, self-awareness, individuality, learning. So Swami Vivekananda quote talks about openness to learning. One should not have a closed mind. If something good is happening abroad, we should adopt that, isn't it? And second is retention of individuality. दो ही चीजें हैं इसमें. Openness to adopt good things from outside, but retaining one's own individuality. Global best practices we adopted through policy transfer. For example, Citizen Charter was a global practice. It was adopted. It was actually brought out by United Kingdom. We adopted it here. So technology we adopt. For example, CCTV cameras and water pollution plants. Huh? Yes, 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 yes. In fact, many people criticize Britishers, but we also got many things from the Britishers. Systems, revenue system, army, railways, telegraph, vaccination, and survey of India, census. These are all things. So we should be open to ideas from abroad. That is what Swami Vivekananda says. I'm sure all of you will be able to write it very easily. Relevance of this quote in the present context, personal development. For example, individual incorporates Buddhist mindfulness and meditation into daily life without adopting the lifestyle of a monk. So we adopt the Buddhist way of thinking, meditation, uh, without adopting the lifestyle, that we still retain our family character. We remain a part of the family, but mindfulness, meditation. So we have picked up, done cherry picking. We have picked up certain good things from Buddhism, something from Jainism, something from some other religions. So that is how. And this helps in balancing profession and personal well-being. Second is entrepreneurship. Indian entrepreneurs inspired from startup culture of Silicon Valley. So we also were inspired by that. So many things, in fact, the entire world has become a global village now. Anything happening in one part of the world automatically has a ripple effect elsewhere felt, whether it is climate change, whether it is some positive aspect, entrepreneurship, or something new which is happening in terms of technology. So we adopt that. Okay. Ritesh Agrawal, Oyo Rooms is one such example where he recognized the need to adapt the strategies to the Indian market, which has a distinct culture and consumer behavior. So that was a culture which he got from elsewhere. So this is how it helps in today's times for personal development as well as entrepreneurship. Leadership. Leadership. Leaders can learn from their role models and mentors without the cost of losing one's individuality. So we can draw inspiration from other leaders. For example, Gandhiji adopted non-violence from Tolstoy's works. The kingdom of God is within, into his philosophy of satyagraha or non-violent resistance. Tolstoy's message was rooted in Christian theology. Gandhi as a leader adapted this idea to align with Hindu principle of ahimsa. So again, he drew certain things from Tolstoy and otherwise inspired. Secularism. So India adopted secularism by modifying the Western concept to suit the unique socio-cultural and religious diversity. Unlike strict separation advocated in Western secularism, India adopted the idea of equal respect for all religions. So even India, when it adopted the franchise, one person, one vote, several people were opposed to it, but Indians felt that no, the people who at that point of time, that everyone should be entitled to one vote. It should not be limited only to educated people. So it adopted it to one's own surroundings, one's own ecosystem. Because it felt that the democracy will not be complete unless everyone has a right to vote. So fifth is federalism. India's federal system is inspired by other democracies but adopted in its unity in diversity. So that also is a factor, federalism. Conclusion, Swami Vivekananda, talks about self-reflection, authenticity. So this is how 3 line you will give an answer. Any question on this? It was quite easy. And now, Sardar Patel, normally Sardar Patel ki quotes aate nahi the. It is for the first time probably. Quote-based questions are asked each year. However, we have not seen any such question earlier asked on Patel. But Patel is Law Purush of India, and you have got a statue also, which is called Statue of Unity. So Sardar Patel does figure unification of the states, And in fact, the civil service for which you are all aspiring, Sardar Patel's idea was there. Nehru was against it, but Sardar Patel said no, it is necessary. So faith is of no avail in the absence of strength. So the quote is, faith is of no avail in the absence of strength. सिर्फ faith करने से नहीं चलेगा, you have to have strength also. Faith and strength both are essential to accomplish any great work. So how will you approach that question? Briefly explain the quotation and provide Patel's context. Discuss the relevance of the quote in present day times. Conclude. Okay. So introduction. The above quote emphasizes the strength. That strength is essential along with inner conviction. Faith is inner conviction. You have faith. So inner conviction is necessary, but courage is also necessary. In fact, one of the important qualities of a leader is courage. Okay. So he says that strength and inner conviction both are necessary to achieve significant goals. He demonstrated this principle during the integration of the princely states, which required a lot of courage. It was not easy, particularly in respect of 2-3 states. Which were they? Hyderabad. Yes, Kashmir and Junagadh. Absolutely right. Relevance of this quote in the present context. Personal success. People have strong faith in their abilities and dream, but they do not have strength. So faith अकेले काम नहीं करेगा. You have to have strength. You may have a lot of beliefs that I want to do that, but unless and until you have strength, you will not be able to achieve that. So an entrepreneur with good business idea requires strength to endure setbacks. There will be setbacks. He has to fall, he will fall down, but he has to get up again with strength. So therefore, the example which is there will be setbacks, and you will have to adapt to market changes and manage some financial risks also. That will not be possible only when, you have got strength. So faith is the inner kind of a strength, and the outer strength, both are necessary. So faith is inside, but in order to achieve that result, you need to have strength. So this is the quote and relevance of this quote. Then bureaucratic efficiency. Bureaucrats need strength and resilience to overcome obstacles like red tapeism, inefficiencies while working towards social change. There are umpteen examples. Ashok Khemka was one. You will have T.N. Session. A lot of strength. He was able to change the entire system of electoral elections. And women empowerment, gender equality, movements fight for women's rights, but changing deep-rooted patriarchal norms. So many people have done that, and despite having the idea of equally imbibed in the constitution, it took 70 years to bring about in parliament and pass the Nari Shakti Vandan Bill 2023. So this again requires strength at the hands of the political leaders, and many of these strengths were demonstrated by great reformers like Tilak, Raja Ram Mohan Rai, Jyotirmay Phule, Ishwar Chand Vidyasagar. Yes, they demonstrated great strength. So that is the quote. Fourth is economic growth. To reduce poverty and improve lives, we need vision for prosperity and practical steps like investing in social and human capital. A words which was said by Amartya Sen, which talked about the social capital, and he said that education, health and social sectors need to be given the necessary importance rather than other sectors. Only then we will have a developed country. And the Pradhan Mantri Jan Dhan Yojana aims at financial inclusion, but needs strong administration to extend banking services in rural areas. But the Pradhan Mantri Jan Dhan Yojana, there was a corollary from this which was called Jam Trinity. What was that? So it was a linkage between the Jan Dhan Yojana, Aadhaar and mobile. So ultimately, the economic growth will also require strengths. So not only faith, but strength. Sustainable environment. So Paris Climate Accord reflect the conviction to combat climate change. So this is how different aspects, global things, issues, they, if you want to resolve them, you require a lot of strengths. Fight against terrorism. The idea of a terror-free world needs mechanism to strengthen cooperation amongst countries. So global institutions like FATF, UN Office of Counter-Terrorism, etc., they become relevant. And then 3-4 lines in conclusion, in which we have mentioned, like Sardar Patel's message, reminding us of faith in our ideals must be matched with the strength of action. So that is a quote which we have included in the conclusion portion, that this is how, so you can mention even a quote within quote also. So it was a quote by Sardar Patel, but you have mentioned in another quote also. So you can do that also. So this is how you will conclude your answer. Again, as I said, bullet points in between, full sentences, introduction and conclusion. Kant, in law, a man is guilty when he violates the rights of others. In ethics, he is guilty if he only thinks of doing so. सिर्फ सोचने से ही जो है guilty हो जाता है. This is Immanuel Kant. So Immanuel Kant, that is why he said that means are important. और हिंदी में हम कहते हैं, क्या कहते हैं, मन, वचन और कर्म, तीनों से जो है one should be steadfast in terms of its action. Man, vachan और कर्म. So Immanuel Kant is basically describing that a man, in law, a man is guilty when he violates the rights of others. But in ethics, he is guilty even when he thinks about it. So the trend analysis, though not similar, but many questions are often asked to explain law and ethics. So law and ethics are considered to be the two tools of controlling human conduct. Sometimes ethical issues lead to formation of new laws, and sometimes laws lead to ethical behavior. Can you give examples? Eh? Yeah. So laws leading to abortion, or laws leading to abolition of sati. Yes. Vishakha guidelines. So many times what happens is that unethical activities lead to formation of new laws, and sometimes the vice versa. When laws are made, it leads to ethical activities. For example, okay, all right. Take a simpler example, Motor Vehicle Act. You prepare a law that if you cross this thing, you will be fined 5,000 rupees. So people will become ethical. 5,000 रुपए कौन देगा इतना मोबाइल पे बात करने पे? So therefore, the law sometimes leads to ethical behavior. Both are very, very connected to each other. So this is the thing, and approach is introduce the quote, highlight why in ethics man is guilty if he only thinks of violating rights of others. Briefly highlight other side, suggesting ethics as a subjective and subject to societal change. Ethics is subjective. It depends on the context, situation, need of the hour. It keeps on changing over a period of time. It is, values are generally fixed, generally, but ethics keeps, it is contextual. For example, telling a lie is wrong. One should tell the truth, but should you always tell the truth? No. There may be certain situation where you tell a lie and still it is ethical. So therefore, it is contextual. So briefly highlight the other side, that it is subjective and subject to societal change. So give an introduction, The above quote by Kant underscores the distinction between legal and ethical standards. So one is legal, the other is ethical. Because if you violate the law, you are breaking the law. It has got legal repercussion. But if you start thinking about it, that has got an ethical consideration. So legally, guilt is tied to actions that violate others' rights. Only when you violate the other rights, सोचने से नहीं होगा. Only when you violate the other side, you murder someone, you injure someone, then only you will be subject to action. Theft, किसी का घर से चोरी कर लेना, with clear consequences set by the judicial systems. But in ethics, guilt extends beyond action to include thoughts and intentions. That's the difference. Ethics goes beyond law. Law is whenever it's violated, someone's right is violated, that is an action that takes place in violation of law, only then he is pronounced guilty or some action is taken. But in ethics, even the very thought of a wrong action which you have not done so far, that will. So that is the theory of someone who considers bribery even without acting on it is ethically guilty of harboring corrupt intentions. So therefore, someone who thinks that bribery is fine, you see, the very thing that he thinks about it is unethical. Okay. Okay. So Ram killing. Okay. Let's throw open this question to all of you. What do you think? Huh? It was ethical. Okay. Yeah. Anyone who says that is unethical? It is contextual. Ethics is contextual. Yes. Because Bali had committed wrong with vis-a-vis his brother. He had, understandably, he had taken his wife, and that was an immoral act. And Ram, and so it happened in the case of Arjun in Mahabharata also. Arjun was also feeling very, very sheepish in going against the relations. But Krishna said that these people are Durjans. They have done wrong. It is your duty to punish such people. So therefore, the action of Ram, even if it was killing Bali by, in a way, it was done not directly, it was done with some design. But then the Bali was regarded as an evil person because he had committed an immoral act. So my view is, and so would be the view of many of them, everyone almost, that it was a legal thing in punishing an immoral act. Ashwatthama, like Ashwatthama, Ashwatthama Hato, he said ki Narona Kunjarova, Manav nahi Hathi. Now that was also something which, but then Ashwatthama, the person, he had sided with Kauravas. Ashwatthama's father, he had sided with wrong. In fact, that goes about Bhishma also, that goes about Karna also. That is how the entire theory was built, that anything which is done evil, you have a right to finish that evil. Okay. So in ethics, man is guilty if he thinks of violating rights of others, because moral duty begins with intentions. According to deontological ethics, which were brought out by Kant, one has a duty to maintain moral integrity at the level of thought itself. मन में ही ऐसा विचार नहीं आना चाहिए which is unethical. So if something comes to your mind regarding anything which is wrong, that itself is, the person is guilty of unethical behavior. That is Immanuel Kant's theory. I am not saying, because Immanuel Kant's theory was on one side, there was Mill who talked about the teleological. He said that means are not important, ends are important. So different philosophers have got different theories. Gandhiji advocated non-violence in both actions and thought, man, vachan or karma se. He believing that harboring violent thoughts corrupts one's moral character. So thoughts influence behavior. Thoughts often shape behavior. Unethical intentions can lead to wrongful actions. अगर मन में ही गलत धारणा आ गई तो उसके कारण जो रिजल्ट होगा that also result will be unethical behavior. हाँ, mind is, हाँ, correct. Yes, 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 correct. So someone who frequently entertains thoughts of tax evasion is more likely to eventually commit financial fraud. It will lead to that because the very thing that the thought keeps on coming to him, it will eventually lead to that. So Immanuel Kant says that the means are important. Ends are not so relevant. The thought process should be pious. It should be right. So the third is impact on society. When individuals entertain harmful thoughts, it can contribute to broader societal issues, normalizing unethical behavior. So therefore people start regarding unethical, for example, corruption. People have come to regard that corruption is good. There is nothing wrong with that. So yeah, so it is normal. So people, if they start thinking ki yes, amassing wealth, some civil servants do that, amassing wealth. It's another matter that they pay a price later on. But uh, the very thought, if you enter the civil service with these ideas that your purpose is to get a blue colored light on your vehicle, or a takhti, saying that you are such and such, having a separate room, a house, a plot, a car, and money. The very thought that you enter the service with that idea itself is unethical, because it will eventually lead to that position. So normalization of corrupt intentions amongst politicians has led to systemic corruption undermining the democracy and development. Now nobody, electoral bonds is one such example. Nobody thinks that accepting electoral money is wrong. So parties accept that, individuals accept that. It is unethical, there is no doubt about, nobody will have a different opinion on that. But it affects the society and undermines virtue ethics. So the virtue ethics, the moral character, is developed through habitual virtuous thoughts and action. When someone harbors thoughts of violating others' right, it erodes virtues like justice, empathy, fairness. Again, same three words which I had said, that these words find everywhere: empathy, fairness, and justice. So a public servant's unethical thoughts compromise virtue of integrity and honesty, weakening their ability to serve the public with justice and trustworthiness. Many civil servants go to the politicians and seek good postings because their aim is ultimately to make money. Real estate, there are umpteen number of posts which where people can turn very dishonest. But it then, that is why the Immanuel Kant said that the very thought that you are seeking such posts shows that you are diverting yourself towards unethical behavior. Okay. So in ethics, man is guilty if he thinks of violating rights of others, because moral duty begins, sorry, this we have done, yeah. So ultimately, conclusion, however, ethics are not fixed, they are contextual and can change with societal progress. Homosexuality, adultery, live-in relationships, same-sex marriage, these are all things which go on changing with passage of time. They were considered illegal and unethical, but now no longer criminal in India. In essence, this quote urges us to reflect on both our actions and thoughts, man, vachan, karm, highlighting the integration of legality and ethics in cultivating a morally responsible individual. So Immanuel Kant theory is one of the very fine theories when he talks about deontological principles. In fact, Gandhi ji mostly adopted Kant's theory. Gandhiji was not so much in favor of utilitarian principle. He was more in terms of deontological principle. So, would you like to have a break? Yeah. So, 10 minutes break will be fine, after which we will come back for the case studies. So, in fact, most of the important things we have already covered, but case studies are equally important, and we can go through them. All of you are aware about how to solve case studies, but I will outline that step by step, and then we can immediately go through the case study. So, we'll return after 10 minutes. Okay? Right. Thank you.
Does the vast syllabus of general studies for the UPSC prelims overwhelm you to initiate your preparation for the civil services examination? Is your apprehension and self-doubt coming in the way of your success in joining the civil services? Comprehend your preparation for UPSC Prelims 2025 with the fast-track course targeting general studies with innovative curriculum, revision and mentorship. Starting from 19th November at 1 p.m., the course offers coverage of UPSC GS Prelims subjects, dedicated mentorship support and guidance for performance maximization, access to PT 365 classes for current affairs preparation, sectional mini tests for regular assessment and performance, personalized student portal to access study material, access to live and online classes. Enroll today and make prelims your stepping stone to proceed to the UPSC mains.
Shall we start? Okay, let's discuss the strategy for the case studies. Now, all of you, I'm sure you would be aware that there are 8 steps which we normally follow. I think all of you must have already gone through the introduction and the stakeholders and ethical issues and options available, which option would you recommend, conclusion and so on. Yes. Huh. Yes. Hmm. Hmm. So you say that the person is guilty and he has been provided with a defense lawyer who has been successfully able to convince the judge to the fact that he is not guilty. Yeah. Huh. Yeah. Yes. So here in this case, ethically he is wrong, there is no doubt about it. He has done something wrong, and it's another matter that he has gone scot-free. So ethically it is wrong. The administration of justice, because of lack of evidence, other things, he has been able to go scot-free. But that is precisely the loopholes in the law which have helped him in getting away. But ethically, he has done something which is totally wrong. I would say ethically he is wrong. Lawfully, he has the rule of law has prevailed, and he has been able to get away with it. So overall, I would say that it is unethical, ethically totally wrong. Even if he gets scot-free, he will not get legally. He will not be in a position. He will not get any sentence or anything. But the fact that he has done something wrong, so therefore ethically he can't. Yeah, yeah. Mm, 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 mm. Yeah, because then it's a very complex question, because administration of law is provides equal opportunity to everyone. Even the accused is not guilty till such time the trial is going on. So even if he has got bail, it does not mean that he has been acquitted. So that is an interim thing only, interim bail which is there. but ultimately he may be punished. There is no doubt about it. But ethically, everything is wrong. There is no doubt about it. But you can't say that the judge acted unethically, because judge acts on the basis of evidence. So from his point of view, it was following the correct procedure. But the act of the person is totally unethical. He may not get punishment for that because of lack of evidence. There is no such thing. There is no such thing, because ethics is contextual. Ethics is not coded. It is not in black and white. It is not coded. Law is coded, but ethics is not coded. That is why there are ethical dilemmas. तभी ethical dilemmas होते हैं. हाँ. 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 Human action, human conduct. Correct. हाँ. 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 So your point is that if it is just a thought, it should not be regarded as an ethical, unethical. Huh. So it is not a value. You are absolutely right. It is a vice. It is VICE, vice. The very thought that you want to harm someone, it is not a value at all. It is a vice. Vice और values का मतलब समझ लीजिए. A vice is there. Every one of us has got two types of managers inside us. And what are those two types of managers? Good managers and bad managers. Okay. So this is how. Values, vice. They are good managers. They are bad managers. For example, jealousy, dishonesty, ego, greed. These are all negative, bad managers. So where the very thought that comes of harming others, that is a vice. It is not a value at all. Values in action is ethics. In fact, vice in action is unethical. You can say it this way. Thought process itself is a vice. In fact, vice goes beyond thought process also. Doing something wrong is also a vice, is also unethical. But the very thought it comes, it is a vice. The moment it comes, it is a vice. Unethical, yeah. Okay, how to attempt case studies. Case studies in the ethics paper test your ability to apply ethical principles to real life situations, often with the context of governance and public administration. So there is a structured approach which I have outlined many a time. I will again do it for your ready reference. One is read the case study carefully, identify key stakeholders, and determine who is involved in the situation. Stakeholders could include you also as an administrator, government officers, citizen, NGOs, everyone is a stakeholder. Whosoever is favorably or disfavorably affected by your decision is a stakeholder. So identify the stakeholders, understand the ethical dilemma, pinpoint the ethical issues or conflicts of interest in the case. It could involve issues like corruption, misuse of power, conflict between personal and professional ethics, or public interest versus personal gain. It can be justice versus mercy. It can be transparency versus secrecy. So these are all, secrecy is also important, transparency is also important. Sometimes there is a ethical dilemma. For example, a particular airplane or aircraft which is purchased by the country for military purposes. Now, in terms of national security, secrecy is required, but transparency requires that the people have a right to know at what price it was purchased. So there is always a conflict of ideas, interests. That is why ethical dilemmas come. So understand the ethical dilemma, clarify the values involved. So recognize the values which are involved in that case study: integrity, empathy, objectivity, transparency, justice, compassion, rationality. They are the different values. So identify them. So number one, in fact, before this, one more thing which normally I don't mention it, but it is always there. Number one is intro or short summary. Like other questions also. So that is one. Two is key stakeholders. Third is ethical dilemmas. Fourth is the values which are involved in that. And then identify the ethical issues. So ethical issues and ethical dilemma, thoda sa fark hai. There is a slight difference. Ethical dilemmas are basically when there is a situation in which you are at a loss to understand which one to follow. So there is always, we write verses in between whenever we write ethical dilemma. Transparency versus secrecy, that was the ethical dilemma. Justice versus mercy. And now the ethical issues. So ethical issues clearly carry out the ethical issues. For example, in a case involving a corrupt colleague, the ethical issue will include integrity, professional duty, public accountability. Again, the same very words which I told you: justice, accountability, transparency, responsiveness, rule of law, efficiency, effectiveness. You have to use these words in the case study, and you will have a brilliant answer. Now, sometimes this question is asked: do we have to write ethical dilemmas separately and ethical issues separately? No. Sometimes they ask specifically ethical dilemmas. So you can write ethical dilemmas. Sometimes they write question ethical issues. So you can write ethical issues. Supposing you have some ethical dilemmas ready and some ethical issues ready, my suggestion to you would be you write ethical issues oblique dilemmas. Ethical issues oblique dilemmas, in which you can write ethical issues also and ethical dilemmas also. So therefore that will cover both the things. Sometimes what happens is, we know some of the ethical dilemmas, we know certain ethical issues. So you want to write all of them. So therefore it is sometimes good to write the ethical issues and ethical dilemmas. So we write it this way. So ethical issues oblique dilemmas. That also is something, sometimes we do that. Again, it all depends on the time, the number of words. This question is also again asked: how many ethical issues and dilemmas should we write? My suggestion is at least 3. 3 to kam se kam likhiye. If you can write 5, very good. Okay, so 3 to 5 ethical issues and ethical dilemmas. And some of the words, as I told you, which will be very common: accountability, transparency, rule of law, efficiency. You will find almost in every case study these words will be used. So you can easily write them as ethical issues. Okay. Then possible options, you know that. Each option. Now the answer to this particular thing can be done in 2 ways. One is you make a table. So you make a table like this. My suggestion is that since there are 6 case studies, 3 case studies you can prepare the table, 3 case studies you can write in running phase. So this is serial number, option, merits, demerits. There can be one more column which can be remarks. Now remarks column, if that option 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, every option will signify certain value, protect certain value. So in the remarks column you can write this will ensure this value. Supposing you take a bribe, then you will write this will give rise to one of the great vices, unethical activity, corruption. Okay. So remarks column is basically to amplify your answer in respect of that option. So my suggestion is 3 case studies you can write in this form, the remaining 3 case studies, so that there is a variety, you can write it in this way. You will say option 1, you write the option, okay, then you write merits, this, then you write demerits. So both are absolutely fine, and let's have a variety or a mixture of all the both of them, so that the examiner feels that there is some kind of a variety. So this is how you'll options. And any question so far? I think it's very clear, all of you will understand that. Then evaluate the options using ethical frameworks. So evaluate the option using ethical frameworks such as utilitarian. So in the remarks column you can write these things. Utilitarian, this option will ensure greatest good of the greatest number. This option will ensure deontological ethics. Basically you are amplifying that option, giving some support to that option by writing these things. So this is the remarks thing. Evaluate the option using ethical framework. It can be virtue ethics. Discuss each option and which aligns, how each option aligns with values like honesty, transparency, empathy. So that is why I said the remarks column will contain these things. Okay, the remarks. The last column, the theories, the values in respect of each. Have you understood or not? Clear hai na? Okay. Then choose the most ethical option. And why? Give that reasoning why that option is the best option. Sometime what will happen is you may have to recommend more than one option. So supposing you have written 5 options, so you will say I will first of all opt for option 3. If 3 fails, I will go to option 4. If 4 fails, I will go to option 5. That also sometimes we do that. And sometimes we also say that both the option 4 and 5, I will recommend they should be taken together. Okay. So it depends on the case to case study. Sometimes you will recommend one in succession, one after another, sometimes taken together, sometimes only one option. Okay. Normally the pattern which we recommend, the least plausible option should be written at number 1, least probable, least plausible, and the most recommended option should be written the last. For example, let me give a case study to you. You are in charge of medical education department. You are an officer. You come to get a complaint that one of the private medical colleges which is teaching, giving out MBBS degrees, it does not have necessary infrastructure. There is a poor infrastructure, there is no teachers, very few teachers are there, specialization is not there, the laboratory facility is not there, and so on. And you get this complaint, so you go and inquire into that complaint. And you find that indeed whatever is written in the complaint is true. Now, the owner of that medical college comes and he says, hush up the entire thing, I will give you 2 crores of rupees. Okay. Now you have to decide what are the options, who are the stakeholders. Stakeholder is something which I often recommend. Even if they have not asked the stakeholder, it is good to write the stakeholder. even if they have not asked, because firstly it will not take much time. It will not consume too many words, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 stakeholder, but it's always better, even if they have not asked. So you will write the stakeholders. Who are the stakeholders? You are the stakeholder. The owner of that medical college is a stakeholder. The students are the society at large. So these are all stakeholders. And then now you have to give the ethical issues involved in this. What are the ethical issues? Ah, yes, playing with the life of the patients. Yes. So the safety of the patients, that is an ethical issue. Number 2, corruption is an ethical issue. What else can be there? Unfair means, okay, unfair means. Poor, yes. So poor management, yes, studies, etc., everything. Larger consequences on the society. Travesty of merit, yes. So these are all ethical issues involved in that. Now the options. Which is the first option? Which is the least option? Which is the least probable option? To accept the bribe. That is the least probable option. So you will accept the bribe. There are merits and there are demerits. Merits kya hui? You will enrich yourself with 2 crores of rupees. But the demerit is that it is compromising your professional ethics. It will weigh on your conscience also. And you are playing with the lives of the students, because they are getting a very, very inferior kind of education. The second option, what can be? So refuse the bribe and shut down the college. What are the merits and demerits? Hmm. 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 पहले मेरिट डिमेरिट्स की बताओ. Shut down the college. It immediately stop that irregular activity which is going on. हाँ. Okay, okay. हाँ. हाँ. It will, yes. हाँ. Hmm. Hmm. Okay. That also you can write. But the most important would be that the students, uh, they are they have nowhere to go. Their career will come to a standstill. Yes, correct. Option 3. Okay, so give him a notice and say that you are given 1 month notice to correct the faults, and yes, and compensate and impose some penalty in pursuance to that. And then if he does that, then you proceed with that. That is the third option. Yes. And simultaneously, you can also add to that that we will allow only these students to come out of the college. Future enrollment of the students is stopped till you take adequate measure in satisfying the authorities that everything correct has been done. So this is the portion. One more option. Ah. Hmm. Hmm. Okay. Hmm. 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 Yeah. Yeah. So appoint an administrator who can run the affair. That is an option. One more option. You can adjust those students in other medical colleges. You are in charge of medical education department. So every you sprinkle them कि भाई दो इस college में जाएंगे, to send to some other through other. हाँ, uniformity नहीं. but at least the education, yes, transfer them from this college. So I'm saying that these are all options available, and every option has got a merit and demerit. And then which option would you recommend? So it can be, options can be in succession. For example, you can give them 1 month's notice and say that if you improve the matters, yes, we will allow you to run. And if that does not happen, then close the college. Administrator, okay. Third option can be, the next can be, if supposing it is not possible to appoint, then you close the college, adjust those students elsewhere in the other college. What I'm trying to say is, you can recommend more than one option also whenever such a situation arises. So ordinarily one option is recommended and the justification, but sometimes more than one option can also be recommended in such a situation, together or in succession also. Okay. Then of course implementation plan. So what you were mentioning is the implementation plan. Discuss how you will implement your chosen course of action. Break it down into steps addressing potential challenges and how you will handle them. So there are challenges, you will need to adjust them. In other colleges you may need to have improved the infrastructure, appoint an administrator. So these are all part of the implementation procedural plan. If the solution involves disciplining a corrupt official, how will you ensure due process, maintain confidentiality and communicate to the stakeholders? Consider short-term and long-term measures. Normally nowadays the case studies which are coming, they include what are the short-term measures you will like to recommend and what are the long-term measures. So normally what happens in the case studies, two parts to the case study relate directly to the case study. But the third question can be, this thing is prevalent all over the country, what measures do you think we should take? For example, copying in the examination. Okay. So then what short-term measures and what long-term measure would you recommend? Or deaths in police custody, they are taking place. What short-term measure and long-term measure you will like to take? So this also you have to prepare. Generally nowadays they are asking this, but the first important priority is you must answer the questions which are asked in the case study. The other things only when you have time, another or number of words it's there. But short-term measures, immediate consequences of your chosen action, as well as long-term impact on the government. For example, a long-term measure can be that moral education should be taught to the children in the schools. That's a long-term measure. Sensitization, internalization of guilt. Short-term measure can be, I will order an inquiry, and I'll register a police case. So these are all short-term measure, and then there are long-term measures. So you will have to think aloud which are the short-term measures, which are the long-term measures. Okay. And then conclude with ethical reflection. It can be some quote or some reflection. It can be Gandhiji's quote or Vivekanand quote or any good quote which is relevant to the issue. So conclude. Normally we include the actions which we recommend. A summary of that we write as conclusion. That in this way we will be able to balance transparency and secrecy, and by taking these measures we will be in a position to ensure that justice is done to all the stakeholders. So that's a general kind of thing. This is how you will conclude the thing. So how do you structure your thing? Introduction, I told you first. Ethical issues, stakeholders, ethical dilemmas, possible options, evaluation of options. Normally we get 3 to 4, I would say 3 to 5 options, try to give them with, but if you are not in a position to think, even 3 options is fine. So introduction, summary of the case, identify key stakeholders, ethical dilemmas, ethical issues, possible courses of action, that is options, evaluation of all the options, the merits and the demerits, and then chosen course of action, the option which you recommend and the justification for that, reasoning for that, implementation plan, outline the steps, how will you implement that, impact assessment, discuss the short term and long term impacts of the decision that you have taken, and conclusion. Now you might say that it's a very longish thing. How will we conclude? I'm not saying that include everything. If you have time, if you have words, you can do that. But most importantly, the questions which are asked, you have to do that. Stakeholder, I always recommend you should do that. Okay. Implementation plan is something which may or may not, time may not permit. But nowadays the questions themselves include short-term and long-term measures which you will take in this regard. Okay. So that is, so the key tips is be balanced and objective. Avoid extreme solutions. Your response should reflect a balanced approach that considers all stakeholders. But having said that, 2-3 options will always be there. One, accepting bribe, for example, in this case, accepting bribe, or not doing anything. Haath par haath dhar ke baith jana, that also is an option. I will not do anything, I will just sit quietly, or I will resign from the service, that also is an option. But they are not the recommended option, but they are indeed the options which you will write, but they are the most improbable options. So this is how you will write the options. Follow legal and institutional norms. So your solution should not only be ethical, but it should not violate laws. For example, the laws can be conduct rules, POSH, Constitution of India, and so on. So it should not be violative of any particular laws, and be practical. The solution which you recommend should be practical. The recommended option should be one which is practical option. An option which cannot be implemented, perhaps that will not be regarded as the best option. Okay, so read this case study which came in this year. A longish case study. It will take time to read it also. But that is how the pattern is. Nowadays, the very long case studies are coming. Have you read it? All of you? No? So basically the case study is regarding a company, ABC, which is the second largest worldwide, situated in the third world. You are the CEO and the majority shareholder of this company. You are the majority shareholder. The technological improvements which are taking place are raising worries amongst environmental activists, the regulatory authorities and public over sustainability of this scenario. You confront substantial issues about the business environmental footprint. In 2023, your organization had a significant increase of 48% in greenhouse gas emissions compared to the level in 2019. So the significant rise in energy consumption is mainly due to the surging energy requirements of your data centers, fueled by the exponential expansion of artificial intelligence. So AI powered services need much more computational resources and electrical energy compared to conventional online activities. So this technological proliferation has led to growing concern over the environmental repercussions. And it has resulted in increase in warnings. AI models, especially those used in the extensive machine learning and data processing, exhibit much greater energy consumption. Now, there is a commitment and goal to achieve net zero emissions by 2030, but the challenge of lowering emissions seems to be very, very difficult, because it is the integration of AI as it is increasing, the consumption of power, the consumption of energy also increases. To achieve this goal, substantial investment in renewable energy use would be necessary. So you have to shift over from the conventional energy to the green energy or the renewable energy. The difficulty is exacerbated because of the competitive environment of the technology sector, where rapid innovation is essential for preserving market standing and shareholders' worth. To achieve a balance between innovation, profitability, and sustainability, a strategic move is necessary that is in line with both business objective and ethical obligation. So there is an ethical dilemma between profitability and the ethical environmental concerns. So the questions are these: what is your immediate response to the challenges posed in the above case? Yeah. Hmm. Ah. Hmm. 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 Correct. Hmm. Hmm. Correct. So these are the different methods how you can offset that. The first part is, what is your immediate response to the challenges? Discuss the ethical issues. Your company has been identified to be penalized by technological giants. What logical and ethical arguments will you put forth to convince about its necessity? And being a conscious being, what measure would you adopt to maintain balance between AI innovation and environmental footprint? So, the approach will be: introduction, provide the immediate response, which is a question. What is your immediate response? Mention the ethical issues involved, which is a part of the question. Provide logical and ethical arguments against the necessity of penalties which have been imposed on you. And mention measures to maintain balance between AI innovation and environmental footprint. So, this is the structuring of your answer, how you will prepare the answer. So, the answer is, the case study highlights, that is the introduction. The first 3 lines are the introduction. The case study highlights the dilemma of balancing rapid AI advancement with environmental sustainability. As ICT emissions are projected to rise to 14% of the global totals by 2040, there is a critical and urgent need to address these escalating environmental concerns. So basically it is a summary of what is happening around. You can write introduction in 2 ways. One, you can write down the summary of the case study, or you can write it in this way, that this is the scenario. How generally you can write about how the technological advancement is leading to environmental concerns. So this is how we have done it. We have written it generally, that the rapid AI advancement is leading to environmental degradation. So both ways you can write. Either you can underline the important points of the case study and prepare a small introduction, or you can generally talk about that problem which is being faced. Technological advancement coupled with environmental degradation. आप समझ रहे हैं कि नहीं मतलब? One is specific to the case study which you can write as an introduction. One can be general, the issue, what is being seen in the world today. Either way it is fine. Okay. Immediate response. So comprehensive environmental impact review. Number 2, transparent communication and commitment. So you must have focus on major increase in greenhouse gas emissions and energy consumption. About the intent to reduce emissions and demonstrate dedication to environmental responsibility, which you mentioned. Number 3, immediate efficiency measures, quick win measures to reduce energy consumption, switch to green energy, sun energy, all the energies, non-conventional. Strategic planning session, plan long-term sustainability strategies that align with the company's growth with specific focus on integrating renewable capacities. You can write much more than this. You can even substitute some of this. This is only as an indicator about the answer. You can always write your own answer. Would you like to venture writing anything more than this? Immediate response. The question is immediate response to the challenge. Yeah, that can also be done. Yes, that can also be done. Yes, yes, absolutely. That can be done. Okay, all right. So there can be many answers to this, and you just have to do some brainstorming at that point of time. But you have to concentrate on immediate response to the challenge, which is a short-term measure. Immediate, because you are likely to be imposed penalty, so you have to take immediate steps in the matter. Ethical issues involved. Obviously, these are, you know, that environment impact, interest of future generation, because if the pollution levels are rising, environmental concerns are there, the future generation are bound to suffer. That is one of the 3 P's. Which is that P? Yeah. So planet and the people. So the future generations are the people. Yeah, climate justice. Corporate accountability and responsibility, fair distribution of impact. So the ensure that the environmental impacts of artificial intelligence do not disproportionately burdens the underdeveloped and developing countries, and transparency and trust. So maintain openness about environmental strategies and impacts, fostering trust. So these are the ethical issues involved. You can add on any more issues also. I'm only trying to give you a methodology. Then logical and ethical arguments against the penalties. Why the penalty should not be imposed? So it will hamper innovation. If you impose penalty, it will hamper innovation. Counterproductive for sustainability. If you impose penalty, it will be counterproductive. Number 3, commitment to change. Argue that the company is actively investing by reducing environmental its footprint and has concrete plans. So the company has got commitment to change, therefore a penalty should not be imposed. Okay. Potential for collaborating solutions. So solutions suggest that collaborative approaches between companies and regulators could lead to more effective sustainability outcomes than punitive measures. So interaction, dialogue with the regulators, throwing open the challenges as you suggested to come out with innovative ideas, these are all measures which you can take. And adverse social and economic effects on local communities. If penalties are imposed, it will have a negative impact on the company's ability to operate effectively. It may be closed down, it will impact the employment situation and so on. So these are the factors against penalty. Then the question was measures to maintain balance between AI innovation and environmental footprint. So what measures will you take? There should be a greater transparency in AI development and operations. Again, the word here is transparency. One of the same words which I had used. This is how you will keep on using accountability, transparency of AI development and operations. For example, MLCO2 impact calculator is a useful tool. Use energy efficient sustainable technology. Ethical AI design. These are some of the buzzwords, new things which are there. These are the measures to maintain the AI innovation and environmental footprint. Then measures to promotion of multidisciplinary research, encourage collaboration across industries and academia to foster innovation. So the conclusion is it is necessary to shift from an either or to a both and approach, ensuring that the benefits of AI is harnessed as well as sustainable. So we have to take care of a balance between AI and environment. In the conclusion, that is why we normally write striking a balance, because both are important. AI is important, environment is also important. So instead of either or, we have to write both. So we have to think of measures which strike a balance. This is how you write in conclusion, because the dilemma is between AI and environment, but both are important. So therefore, you have to use this both and. You have to strike a balance. You have to use such measures so that both the interest of both these things are protected.
Completing the syllabus without proper knowledge of current affairs will not take you far in the UPSC Civil Services examination. Regulate and transform your preparation with complete coverage of news of relevance. Get a concrete hold of current affairs for UPSC CSE with Vision IS Monthly Current Affairs Revision Program starting from 20th September at 5 p.m. The program is your guide to get comprehensive news on one platform sourced through relevant resources such as The Hindu, Indian Express, Economic Times, PIB, Yojana and others. Enroll for complete coverage of current affairs including Indian polity and constitution, economy, international relations and more. Comprehensive assessment of preparation through MCQs and mains-oriented questions. Expert support through personalized mentoring and online doubt resolution.
Read this case study. It's again a very longish case study, but nowadays such case studies are coming. Therefore, it takes a long time to read the case study also. And that is why, are you able to see that from here? No, you can come this side. I think that is better. So Raman is an IPS officer who is posted as DG of the state, Director General of Police. Among the various issues, etc., challenges, the issue regarding recruitment of unemployed youth by an unknown terrorist group is there. It was noted that unemployment was relatively high. This is what happened in Punjab also, because a lot of unemployment happened and terrorists were able to lure these people. Jammu and Kashmir also. So the problem of unemployment amongst the graduates was much more grave. Thus, they were vulnerable and soft targets. So in the review meeting taken by him in the senior officers of DIG range and above, it came to light that the new terrorist group has emerged at the global level. It has launched a massive drive to recruit young unemployed people, and special focus was to pick up young people from a particular community. The said organization seemed to have the clear objective of utilizing or using them for carrying out militant activities. So some information intelligence tips were also got that that a large number of unemployed youth have been contacted. Discrete inquiries revealed through the cyber cell revealed that a number of such youth, they are active on Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter. On an average, many of them were spending 8 hours each day using electronic devices, WhatsApp and Facebook. It seemed that they succumbed to their ploy and started propagating uh, cessationist ideology. So this is the situation. What are the options open to Raman to tackle the above situation? What measure would you suggest for strengthening the existing setup to ensure that such groups do not succeed? And in the above scenario, what action plan would you advise for enhancing? So normally nowadays, three parts to the question are coming, and that is why it 15 minutes. It is really a challenge to come out with the answer, and that is why you have your speed has to be very fast in coming out with the answers. So trend analysis. Similar questions have been asked in the past in 2019. You would like to mention? Yeah. Mm, 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 mm. Leave the path of terrorism and move into the mainstream. Yeah. Yes. Mm, mm. That also. Yeah, sure. Yes, surely. Correct. Anything? Yeah. Would you like to say anything? Mm, mm, mm. How will you do that? Why don't you suggest some measures? Employment. Yeah. So, mm, yes. So your point is absolutely well taken. He can take adequate measures in official and unofficial channels. For example, you can call industries, the local industries, civil society. Okay. But short term, then how will you? No, no. the existing industries in that area. You can invite their CEOs and say that try to adjust 1 2 1 2 in every one of them. That is a short term measure. Hmm? Hmm. Yeah. So the social media you mean to say? Okay. All right. Okay. It is possible, but it is only done for a brief period generally, not for a very long period. If the activities have gained such a strength that it is creating law and order situation, then you can do that. Yeah. Yeah. Huh. That can be done. You can approach though it requires a lot of convincing, the Twitter and Facebook, but you can do that. There. Eh? Yeah. IT rules. Yeah. Hmm. Hmm. Because the root problem is unemployment. Yeah, that also is possible. So that is why a multifaceted approach will be necessary, where you invite the industrialists, where you invite the bankers, where you invite the civil society, you invite the government departments to see that whether they can be adjusted in long term. You have to focus on the root cause also, and so these are all methods which you have correctly said. This is how you will do that. So approach. Hmm, yeah. Which one are you referring to as long term measure? So he is the DG of the state. He is not SP. Ha, it is structural issue. Uh, the issue, uh, can be highlighted very much before the chief minister, who is the CEO of the state, saying that this is the problem we are facing. We have to find out measures. So then a meeting can be called by the CM, in which the chief secretary and other secretaries and DG. That is how it will tackle. But since he is a fairly senior position, he should be in a position to bring about some policy changes, even if they may not relate to his own department. Yeah. So, approach is give a brief overview, summary, introduction, bring out the options available to Raman, highlight measures to strengthen the existing setup, suggest action plan for enhancing the intelligence gathering. Exactly what all of you have just now said. So, the introduction is a senior IPS officer, Raman, is facing the challenge of combating the recruitment of unemployed youth by global terrorist groups via social media, promoting extremist and secessionist ideologies in the state. So, in two lines, we have summed up almost everything which is given in the case study. That is why I always say that you read the case study, underline the keywords, and make a sentence out of that keywords, which will include every aspect. Options available: aggressive law enforcement, swift action should be taken against leaders of the local communities through mechanism like Public Safety Act, Unlawful Activities Act. Further, social media accounts of terrorist groups must be identified and reported for banning. Facebook and Twitter. Telecom internet shutdown, as it was suggested by you, that also in public emergency can be done. And then community engagement, which was also again mentioned by all of you, that we should engage the civil society, the communities, the NGOs, the industrialists, uh, And then, uh, for example, Kerala police launched an Operation Pigeon. Reach out to parents. Raman can ask DIGs and other senior officers to reach out the parents of these boys who are swayed by the terrorists. So that can also be there. Jammu and Kashmir police adopted this method and found some success. Prevent further recruitment through advocacy, education, engagement of youth in other activities. For example, sports programs were conducted by Jammu and Kashmir police to prevent youth from joining militancy. Raman can ask Cyber Cell to utilize social media to spread constitutional values, to influence youths, and also to spread awareness. These are the different methods. Basically, almost all such problems, the answers would be engagement with the social media, engagement with NGOs, taking strong measures, social media controlling. These are all you will be able to write in all such cases where there is a terrorist group operating. Yeah. Mhm. Yes, yes. So for that also you will have to bring the cooperation of the industrialists who are involved in the food processing sector. So you can involve them. You see, the DG can always ask the chief minister, request the chief minister that it is a major problem, and CM then call a meeting of all major industries associations and tell them that this is a problem. These are the action plan which we have prepared, and we need your cooperation in this. Hmm. Okay, sure. Yeah, yes, correct. That also is there. Correct. Hmm. That also is there. It's a vicious circle. It's a vicious circle. Industries need to be encouraged to go and establish industries in such areas, but they will also demand a good law and order situation. So both action is required at the level of the industrialists also, as well as at the level of the law enforcement authorities. General needs to be, yes, correct, absolutely. Action plan for enhancing intelligence gathering. So cyber intelligence, interagency coordination between police, IB, RAW, all these things, capacity building, training officers for capacity building, competencies, skills, new techniques which are there, uh, latest technologies, strengthen human intelligence. So develop a network of informants within communities. So like you were saying, the spies. So develop a human intelligence. Develop at NGOs and civil society for intelligence on these activities. International cooperation also. So intelligence sharing with other countries who are bordering countries and other countries also. That will also help. Um, so conclusion is, by having a multi-pronged approach that emphasizes intelligence, legal measures, community engagement, Raman can tackle the imminent threat while addressing long-term vulnerabilities in the state's socio-political fabric. So these are the different methods. You will conclude by saying these are the different ways, and through these ways, a bouquet of these measures will help in solving this particular problem. Conclusion is basically a sum up of what action you have recommended in the earlier paragraphs. Introduction is a summary of the case study. So this is how you will do that. Read this case study against a very longish case study regarding Naxalite problem. Many of these case studies you will find that the stakeholders are not asked. But I generally advise that stakeholders, if you write down, it is a good thing. Okay, so this is the case study. The central and state governments, the Naxalite problem has been resolved to a very large extent. However, there are still few pockets, and the problem persists because of involvement of foreign countries. So Rohit is posted as SP Special Operation for the last 1 year in one of the districts which is still affected by the Naxalite problem. So they have taken a lot of developmental works in the recent past in those areas to win the hearts and minds of the people. Over a period of time, Rohit has established an excellent intelligence network to get real-time information regarding the movement of Naxalites. And to instill confidence in the public and have a moral ascendancy over Naxalites, a number of cordons and search operations have been conducted. And he himself was leading one of the contingents. He got a message that 10 hardcore Naxalites were hiding in a particular village with sophisticated weapons. Without wasting any time, Rohit reached the target village with his team and laid out a foolproof cordon and started carrying out a systematic search. During the search, his team managed to overpower all the Naxalites with their automatic weapons. However, more than 500 tribal women surrounded the village and started marching towards the target house. They were shouting and demanding the immediate release of insurgents because they are their protectors and saviors. The situation on the ground becoming very critical because they were very agitated ladies, and Rohit tried to contact his superior officer but failed, and due to poor connectivity. And now he was in a dilemma because out of the Naxalites apprehended, two were not only hardcore top insurgents but were also involved in a record ambush on the security forces. However, if he did not release the Naxalites, the situation would get out of control since the tribal women were aggressively charging towards them. So that is the situation, and these are the questions. What are the options available to Rohit? What are the ethical dilemma being faced by Rohit? Which of the option would you think would be more appropriate for Rohit? That is the recommended option. And in the present situation, what are the extra precautionary measures to be taken by the police when you are dealing with women protesters? Answer in 250 words, 20 marks. Normally the case studies are 20 marks each and 250 words. So tell me now. Hmm. 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 Okay, all right. Hmm. 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 Okay, all right. So let's see. Yeah, good suggestion. Approach, introduction, options, ethical dilemmas, most appropriate option, and extra precautionary measure. That is the question. We have to write each one of them. So answer is introduction. It highlights an internal security challenge posed by Naxals. Okay, including violence, law and order issues, as and the brainwashing of locals to foster sympathy. those Naxalites had brainwashed the local people because the women started marching towards that. They thought that they were their saviors. They have been their protectors. Situation presents a complex situation. Rohit as SP. Available option. Use force to disperse women. Number one option. So non-lethal force such as tear gas or water cannons to disperse the women. Release of Naxalites to avoid tension. That is the second option. Third is negotiate with the tribal women while holding ground. Fourth is hold position and wait for reinforcement. All of you have already come out with all these four options. One was to disperse using the force. Number two is give in, release those Naxalites. Number three is negotiate with those tribal women by pointing out that they are not your benefactors. They have done many things which are to the detriment of you people. And fourth is somehow till the backup arrives, you wait for that. Exactly. So very truly you have all mentioned all the four. Ethical dilemmas, duty versus moral responsibility. Whenever you write dilemmas, it is versus. Okay. So Rohit faces a dilemma between enforcing the rule of law uh, by detaining the dangerous insurgents and the risk of harming innocent women civilians. Because if he will use force, the women who are otherwise innocent, their lives will be threatened. So he is in a dilemma. On one hand, it is his duty to ensure law and order, duty to keep those people arrested, captured, but moral responsibility towards the women. Number two is justice versus compassion. Obviously, so justice is detaining insurgents because they have been instrumental in all such activities, but compassion for the tribal women. Law enforcement versus community trust. On one hand, if you assert the law, if you ensure law, the trust will go away. Why? Yeah, they will be seen as brutish. Yes, state is already perceived as a, yeah, as an enemy by these tribal people. So therefore, uh, when you use force, it will further aggravate the situation. Use of force versus de-escalation. So must choose between using force or seeking a peaceful resolution. Short-term gain versus long-term consequences. Releasing the Naxalites could temporarily solve the problem, but they will ultimately weaken the state authority. So these are the dilemmas. And then negotiate. Now this, which is the recommended option? They have asked for recommended option. So would you recommend this particular negotiate as the with the women? That is the best option. Okay. So negotiate while holding ground. Option 3, that would be the best option. So preservation of life by engaging a dialogue, Rohit can potentially de-escalate the situation without resorting to force. Ethical responsibility, negotiation aligns with ethical principles of empathy and respect. Remember when I told about case studies, the strategy, the values which are important in that case study. Here it is the empathy, the respect, that as the two values. Mm, 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 yeah. Mm. Yeah, that also is an option which is available. And but the main options are these, and therefore negotiation with tribal women while holding ground is the best option. He can assure the women that their safety will not be compromised and express the necessity of capturing the individuals for the greater good of the society. This approach balances the need of rule of law and minimize violence and maintain public trust. So this is how you will write the conclusion: a balance between enforcing rule of law, empathy, at the same time minimizing violence and also gaining public trust. Because if you will negotiate with the people, it will improve the public trust, isn't it? Mm. Yeah. Yes. What happens is whenever there is an unlawful assembly, so we send a few policemen, maybe a magistrate also, to go toward to them and they stop. Let us talk over this matter. After all, they are women. So the women, they do not pose such threat as such. They are tribal women. They have been misled by these people. So you go there and you say, stop at this juncture. Why don't 5 or 10 of you people come and have a discussion with us? We are willing with an open mind. This is how we normally do that. किसानों का जो होता है आंदोलन, there also we do the same thing. हाँ, yes. So what they do is they keep sitting on the ground, raising slogan by that, and we take those representatives inside and we hold negotiation with them. Labor unions में भी तो यही होता है. In factory we invite the labor leaders and industrial leaders को भी इसी तरह बुलाते हैं. So therefore this is how it is done. So this is extra precautionary measure. That also was a question. So deployment of women officers. Since there are women, the question which you were saying, in order to stop the women, one should use women officers. Okay. Number two, establish clear communication channels. So between community, you should establish a clear communication channel. Negotiation is the best option. Confrontation is the last option. Whenever you are solving a case study, the negotiation, persuasion, dialogue, that should be adopted, and the confrontation should be the last option. Crowd management. Use non-violent crowd management, like for example, physical barriers or verbal persuasion without aggression. Seek assistance of community leaders. So the local community leaders, for example, in a village like you have sarpanch and nambardar and panches. Similarly, in tribal community also there will be some leaders. So try to involve those prominent leaders. And gender sensitization of male officers. So the male officers should be gender sensitized whenever they have to meet a crowd of consisting of women. That of course is very necessary. Read this case study. So it's a slightly short case study. Sneha is senior manager working in a hospital chain. She has been made in charge of a new super specialty center. Uh, the hospital is building with state of art equipment, world class medical facilities, and this is in the process of procurement of equipment, purchase of equipment and machines and MRI and CAT scan, all those machines, equipments. And she's the head of the committee. She has invited bids from the interested reputed vendor. She notices that her brother, who is also a vendor supplier, has also sent his expression of interest. Since the hospital is privately owned, it is not mandatory for her to select only the lowest bidder, L1. Also, she is aware that her brother's company has been facing some financial difficulties. The contact to her brother might bring the charges of nepotism and favoritism and tarnish her image. Hospital management trusts her fully and would support any decision of hers. Conflict of interest. It is a question of conflict of interest. What should be the Sneha's course of action? How would she justify what she chooses to do? In this case, how is medical ethics compromised with vested personal interest? So, the theme is medical ethics, on which UPSC has repeatedly asked many questions in the past also. Approach: introduce with the core ethical conflict in this case, mention Sneha's course of action, highlight the justification behind the action, and provide the reasons for compromise of medical ethics. So the introduction is: Sneha's ethical dilemma arises from the conflict between personal loyalty towards her brother and the duty to ensure transparency, fairness, and patient safety. Words are the same: transparency, fairness, equity, justice, and patient safety. So, by writing these words, you will be, in fact, accountability, because she is accountable to the administration also. Accountability will also come. These words you can use almost everywhere, and they will really put your answer in perspective. So, let us look at that. Sneha's course of action. Number one is disclosure of conflict of interest. Sneha must disclose the potential conflict of interest to the hospital management and procurement committee about her brother's involvement. Do you know that when I used to go for interviewing candidates for civil services at the UPSC, we used to sign before the interview used to begin that none of the candidates who are being interviewed today is related to us or known to us in any manner, or we do not have any interest in the candidate. So that is a certificate which used to be always taken. So if one happens to have someone who is related or known, and then one should recuse oneself immediately. So disclosure of conflict of interest is very necessary. Avoiding bias through delegation of authority. To prevent any bias, Sneha should formally recuse herself. Number three is establishing an independent review mechanism. So she should recommend formation of an independent procurement method, not herself chairing that committee. That will ensure principle of justice, equity, and prioritize quality and accountability. Again, the word accountability has come. So Sneha should ensure that the evaluation criterion for the bids focus on quality, reliability, and patient care. This will ensure the ethical principle of beneficence, promoting the well-being of patients. So this is the course of action. Very, very common sense. We have not said anything which is out of the world. Every one of you will be in a position to write down such answers. Justification for the action. It will uphold transparency, obviously. It will maintain institutional trust also. Otherwise, what will happen? Other vendors, supposing she sits at the table as chairperson, people will complain that institution has put her as the chairperson and she has been, So the trust and the faith of not only vendors but general public will also go away. Ensuring fair competition. So by involving interpersonal procurement independent committee, it will promote fair competition. That will take care of values, virtue ethics, which is fairness, honesty, accountability. Anything else you would like to add to this? Please feel free. If you want to add anything to the answers which are given here, just tell me. Okay. That also, that is the brother may be a genuine bidder also, and maybe giving good material. So it is better that she withdraws and let her brother compete. Will it not be? That will probably be better, because otherwise the brother will keep on suffering for all times to come. Supposing he is in the medical profession, so he will never be in a position to apply anything to this college. So she should recuse herself. Ah, correct. Okay. So, yeah. Oh, pardon? Which one? Ha. Ha, okay. Okay. No, but these are all things, all options taken together. They are not different option. All these actions have to be taken. That is course of action. There are no options. She will disclose conflict of interest, number one. She will avoid, she will formally recuse herself. Number three, she will recommend an independent committee. And fourthly, she would ensure that quality and accountability. So all the four, there are no options. All the four have to go together. It's a one option only. Okay. So the compromise of medical ethics was also a question. Risk to patient care. If personal interest influence the procurement, it will affect public patient safety. So that is why it is compromise of medical ethics. Erosion of professional integrity. Awarding the contract to her brother without transparency could tarnish her own reputation, leading to accusation of nepotism and loss of public trust. People will feel a loss of trust and faith in the system. So the conclusion is overall impact of the corruption in healthcare on society and on individuals is much larger than the monetary value of the sums involved. Medical ethics requires not just the delivery of quality care but also the assurance that all processes including procurement are transparent and accountable, protecting the credibility. So this is a summing up. Again, it's summing up all the values: accountability, transparency, patient care. You have included that in the conclusion. Read this. So there is a drought kind of a thing, very summer heat is there, and the collector has been mobilizing his officers to ensure that the water reserves, they are the remaining water reserves, they should not plunge into acute drinking water crisis. So the over exploitation of underground water as well as conserving water, strict measures have been taken. So vigilance team have been deployed to tour the villages. Farmers who are drawing water from deep borrow wells or from the river reservoir, so they are agitated by this action. So he has to balance. So they allege that the industries, they are drawing a lot of water, but we are stopped. So they are having a grievance against the collector, and now the collector is in a dilemma because they allege that the administration is anti-farmer and corrupt, being bribed by the industry. So discuss the options, what suitable action can be taken to ensure that the interest of both the industries and farmers are protected. What are the potential administrative and ethical dilemmas? These are the three questions. So approach is introduce with the brief context of the case, that is introduction again. Discuss all options available. Write the suitable action that can be taken for a mutually compatible, balanced interest of the stakeholders. Bring out the potential administrative and ethical dilemma. So this is the introduction. The case study revolves around managing a critical water shortage. So the emphasis is on water shortage. So the case study revolves around managing a critical water shortage while balancing competing interests of industries, farmers, and the general public. So tell me the solutions now. Yeah. Hmm. 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 Okay. So over exploitation of water should be discouraged, and uh, different stakeholders should be given water as per their need according to the crop situation and so on. Hmm. Yeah, latest technology should be adopted so that water usage is minimized. Long term, that will be long term. Cloud seeding if possible. Hmm. उसको भी long term में कर सकते हैं. So water guzzling crops should be replaced slowly over a period of time with those which do not require so much of water. So, ah, correct, correct. All of you have come out with very good suggestions. So, the options available: impose temporary water use restriction for industries so that the farmers do not feel dissatisfied because they require for the crops. There are merits, there are demerits. If you apply restriction for industries, it will lead to economic loss, potential layoff will take place, and the merit is that the community, farming community, will have enough water for agriculture, as well as the normal public will have sufficient water. Second is allowing the farmer to use water, but with water saving technologies, which you all of you have mentioned. There are merits and there are demerits. The third is investigate the corruption charges and take legal action against if allegations are true, that is allegations against the industries over exploiting the water. You can carry out uh, inquiries and tell the farmers, look, we are taking action. And then there are methods which all of you recommended. For example, you method recommended was that cropping pattern should be changed in the long term so that it does not require so much of water, and recycling of the water, industrial waste, etc. That also, water harvesting. So these are all measures which can be taken. Suitable action that can be taken: collaborate water management, promote efficient irrigation practices, set up a temporary water rationing system, and independent inquiry to find out if there are corruption allegations also. Basically, whatever you recommended, all the four things have been outlined in the answer. General also you can write. General you also you can write that there is always India is predominantly an agrarian state, 70% of the area, and but at the same time industry also require water for their production. We have to balance, since the water is scarce commodity, natural resource. We have to, this case study highlights the conflict which has been generated between the farmers and the industries. That is how. So potential administrative and ethical dilemmas for the district collector. So number one, administrative dilemma. We will talk about ethical dilemmas later on. Administrative dilemma: allocate water resources versus managing conflicts. How to allocate the limited waters between farmers, industries, and public. So that is an administrative dilemma. You have to balance all the three stakeholders. Number two, right to protest versus managing public order. Farmers are threatening to protest, which is their democratic right. However, large scale protests could disrupt public order. So that again is a ethical dilemma. Number three, that is also an administrative issue, because you have to ensure law and order, but at the same time the right to protest. Number three, administrative integrity versus public trust. So allegation of corruption and bribery against the administration, that is a great challenge. The collector must address these allegations and maintain the public trust to ensure the integrity of the office, that is the administration. So this again is an administrative. Anything else you would like to add to this? Oh, oh. That also, yes, why not? Yes, yes. Perception should be cleared. So therefore, both the conflicting parties can be brought under one roof, and he should act as a coordinator and see to it that the this perception of mistrust and faith is yes. That also can be done. You can invite some experts who can bring about technological changes, saving of water, all these techniques. You can, the sky is the limit. You can think about all things which as a result of brainstorming. Yeah, yes, absolutely. That is also. So, ethical dilemma: justice versus economic welfare. The DC, the collector, the district collector must decide whether to restrict water usage for industries or for farmers. So, some restrictions may be necessary, but it could result in industries laying off workers. So, that is a dilemma: justice versus economic welfare, which is likely to be posed. Justice is an ethical dilemma versus economic welfare, and upholding law versus compassion for farmers. So, upholding the law, that is applying rationing and closing down the illegal bore wells, that is a very strong measure, and it will definitely, people will be angry over this move. On the other hand, there is a compassion because they have to protect their crop, they require water. So he is in a dilemma, what is to be done. So the conclusion is the effective leadership and decision making are essential to navigate these challenges and ensure a sustainable and equitable distribution. So sustainable word, equitable word. Again, these words have come. So Srinivasan is a senior scientist working for a reputed biotechnology company known for its cutting edge research in pharmaceuticals. Dr. Srinivasan is heading a research team working on a new drug aimed at treating a rapidly spreading variant of a new viral infectious disease. So the disease has been rapidly spreading across the world, and the cases reported in the country are increasing. There is a huge pressure on Dr. Srinivasan to expedite the trials for the drug, because they want to enter the market as uh, the first mover advantage they want to get. So because whichever company, the ChatGPT had a first mover advantage, the Google followed later on. So everyone wants to become the first mover. So there is a pressure on this Dr. Srinivasan that you hurry up the trials and let us come to the market with this medication so that we can earn more profit. So, but this would involve, during team meetings, some senior members said, you expedite this. But this it means manipulating data and excluding some negative outcomes, that is reactions which may take place. So negative outcomes, side effects, and selectively reporting positive results. foregoing the process of informed consent. What is informed consent? Hmm. Ha, ha, ha. The patient should be very clearly informed that pros and cons, that this is the trial of a drug is taking place. It may result into some serious after effects. That is informed. You must inform them, because what happens is that the trials are normally conducted in third world countries, because it is easy to get those gullible patients and convince them, and sometimes you don't even explain to them what exactly this thing is about. So it is not informed consent. So he feels that it should be informed consent, and it should not be hurried through, it should not be rushed through. Okay, he is not comfortable taking such shortcuts, but at the same time he realizes meeting the target is impossible without using these means. So he will not be in a position to bring that drug to the market unless and until he shortcuts. So on one hand it is the people, on the other hand it is the profit. ट्रिपल बॉटम लाइन इफेक्ट में जो दो मस्ट पीस इंपॉर्टेंट हैं, there is a conflict, there is an ethical dilemma between people's interest and the profit interest. Okay, profit is profit for the stakeholders, people is the society. Okay, so what would you do in such a situation? Examine your options and consequences in the light of the ethical issues. How can data ethics and drug ethics save humanity at large in such a scenario? So the trend analysis is one case related to drug development was asked in 2015. So give a brief introduction telling the core issues, explain what would you do in such a situation, examine options available to you citing ethical issues and their potential consequences, discuss how data ethics and drug ethics can save humanity at large in such a scenario, and then conclusion. This is the way forward. How will you write the answers? A, I would prioritize the ethical integrity of the research. Obviously, that the lives of the people are involved. In any case, it is ethics paper, so you have to recommend something which has to be ethical. You can't recommend unethical things at all. So I would prioritize the ethical integrity of the research. Compromising ethical standards for the sake of expediency is a grave risk that could have far-reaching negative consequences. The validity of scientific research and the safety of patients is paramount. Loss of credibility and legal repercussions. Many people will file cases if they have suffer from side effects. So legal consequences would be there. And credibility, the brand image of the company will go down in case there are after effects or something which is not told to the patients. So manipulating data, foregoing informed consent, and using patented compounds from rival companies. So they said na कि rival companies के patented products भी तुम इसमें use them and come out with your product quickly. So these are all, and that also without proper authorization, that can lead to legal repercussions. And the credibility of the person as well as the company would be at stake. So this is the recommended course of action. I would prioritize ethical integrity. So the question, now look at the question. The question was slightly differently moved. The question was, take some time to settle down. Taking a long time. Yeah. Yeah. What would you do in such a situation? That is the first thing, which we have said we will not compromise the integrity of the ethical testing of the drug. Number two, the options. So the options have come number two. So the first one was, we will not compromise the integrity of the research, we will prioritize the ethical integrity. And the reasons are these. Now the options. The first option is take shortcuts, which is least probable. So you will write the least probable option as number 1. So take shortcuts and expedite trials. So the implications are, which is the pros and cons. So misreporting or selectively reporting trial outcomes violate the core principle of scientific integrity. So again we have used the word scientific integrity. Foregoing informed consent is a breach of patient's autonomy and rights. You have not informed the patient before testing. Violation of intellectual property rights. Why? दूसरी कंपनी का कंपाउंड यूज कर रहे हैं हम लोग. Consequences. Patients may suffer severe side effects and potential loss of life due to false conclusions about the drug's efficacy and safety. And IPR is infringement could lead to legal disputes, hefty fines, and potential lawsuits, hampering reputation of the company. So using the products of the other companies is violation of their IPR rights without taking their consent, without taking their approval. So the first option is take shortcuts, as his colleagues are saying कि भाई rush करो, we have to bring out the drug quickly as first mover advantage. Business ethics का भी violation होगा definitely. Yes, that also is a consequence, definitely. So you can add on these things also to that. The second option is adhere to ethical guidelines and maintain transparency. So the ethical implication is, by upholding these standards, Dr. Srinivasan ensures the safety of the patients, maintains professional integrity, and also respects the rights of trial participants. The consequences is there might be delays. Obviously there will be delay, so that is the demerit. It will delay bringing out the drug into the market, and that will be slower access to treatment for those affected by the disease. So you will not be in a position, they will not be in a position to access the medicines quickly because it will take time. The company may lose the first mover advantage, obviously. Option 3 is seek alternative ethical solutions, such as seeking temporary authorization for compassionate use and expediting review process through collaboration with other institutions. So that is one of the more option which they have said, that which is a kind of a compromise between the two, that you seek alternate ethical solutions such as seeking temporary authorization from the drug authorities, and for compassionate use of those patients who are suffering from that. You say that we have to test these, we have to administer these things. So ethical implications, it upholds patient safety while still trying to address the urgency of the situation for some patients. So we are not using it on a whole time basis for all patients, only for some patients which are very, very urgently requiring it. The consequence is this balances the need for speed with the commitment to ethical standards. There may still be delayed, but still it will ensure that the drugs meet safety standards and minimizing harm to patients. So this option, third option, obviously is the best option. Now the one question was there, what is the implication of data ethics and drug ethics on the humanity? So data ethics maintains scientific integrity. So the data ethics ensures that the scientific integrity is protected, preventing fraudulent or misleading research, maintaining transparency in data collection and reporting data accurately. So data ethics ensures that you maintain scientific integrity. Number 2, fostering a culture of responsibility. So it would foster accountability by ensuring that each of the companies are held responsible for accuracy of their research and safety of their products. So data ethics means not fudging the accounts. That is data ethics. That whenever data is submitted, it should be correct data. It should not be manipulated data. So that is the data ethics, correct data. Number 3, increased probability of collaboration. So it ensures cooperation with other national and international organizations for a meaningful research if you collaborate with other people. And fourth is it maintains ethical fabric of the society. It upholds ethical rigors in such a situation. So it ensures that ethical fabric of the society is not broken. So this is the importance of data ethics. That is why I said ethics. If you go into deal, I did not discuss it today, but there can be different types of ethics. What are the different types of ethics? Applied ethics, normative ethics, descriptive ethics, meta ethics. So data ethics would come under applied ethics. So you must study, for example, mercy killing. Where will it come? Yes. Where will it come? Mercy killing will be in applied ethics. Applied ethics. Environmental ethics, applied ethics. What other would be in applied ethics? Media ethics, medical ethics, business ethics, yes, corporate governance, corporate ethics, political ethics, yes, correct. So these are all part of this ethics. So now drug ethics. So drug ethics are the following: protecting patient safety, so ensuring that drugs are rigorously tested, truly effective and free from harmful effects. Number 2, uphold larger public health. So the upholding ethics in drug development ensures that public health interventions are safe and effective. Number 3, increased acceptance of the drug. So the ethical drug development builds public confidence. Advancement of medical science. So maintaining drug ethics in current research could spur other innovations and useful advances. So both drug ethics and data ethics, they are useful in saving the humanity at large from exploitation. So they need to be practiced by the pharmaceuticals, the manufacturers, the doctors. So conclusion is, again, one of the 7 sins which you had mentioning, Gandhiji's 7 sins, one of them is science without humanity is one of the 7 sins. So we have written a quote in that conclusion. Ethical research is crucial not only for the safety of participants, but for maintaining public confidence in scientific advancement and justice in society. Yeah, sure. Takes a long time. बहुत टाइम लेता है. ये भी थक गया है काफी. Longest time all of you have been. Yeah, option 3. It is basically a compromise that in respect of some patients, you seek government approval, saying compassion requires that these patients who are suffering and they have to be immediately attended to with the new medicine, allow this as a temporary measure, so that at least they have this recourse to this drug, and expedite the review process quickly by collaboration with other institutions. COVID also. The approval of the drug, yes, was expedited because it was a mahamari, it was a pandemic, and you needed medicines. That is why the Prime Minister had no other option but to impose lockdown. because there was no vaccine at that time. So that was the 6 case studies today. So any queries, any questions? We have been able to discuss all the case studies in great detail. As I said, the number of I have tried to give a detailed answer in respect of all the case studies, but simultaneously my intention was to interact with all of you, and it should be a kind of a dialogue rather than a monologue. And it is so heartening to see that all of you were able to come out with great answers. That gives a lot of encouragement and enthusiasm to the facilitator also. So thank you very much. Have a nice evening.